Eh. Mmh. Cette page là en vrai. Hop. Voilà. Là ça marche. Ok, let's go.
I wonder what has everyone so excited.
Comment je fais pour aller là-haut?
Protect the envoy. You've done it better.
Allez, tiens.
I'm coming for Ludwig next. Yats, look out! You are out of Inquisitor. Leave, or you worsen the situation.
The ruins are overgrown with corruption. We should burn it out before. Envoy, I hope you found what you were looking for. Because those ruins are about to be a distant memory. I have eyes in every corner of the living lands. Some more discreet than others. This is a spring from which the dream scourge
Je pense qu'il faut que je la bute elle.
injecting poison into the veins of the island.
No, a cleansing fire. Poison or cure?
The same poison we burned out of Fure Messiverno.
The only thing you burned was hope, and I am determined to get it back, even if I must take it from you.
Charming. Stand by my side, and we can strike a blow at the Dream Scourge. And at Sopadol. We'll see about that. I've been watching you, Envoy. You who survived when so many godlike fell. I even asked the gods what made you so remarkable. And the burned queen opened my eyes to what you are. We knew the chaos of the living lands had an origin. How could I have known that you were its offspring?
Ok.
With good reason. Why should a tool know it's being used? There are 2 plagues in the living lands. Help me destroy one, and the other will follow.
Ashes, nothing of the Akita will remain.
We may not burn out the dream scourge here, but we can burn out its symptoms and take the fight to your patron.
Spirits cry out, bury the fire, but still they rage.
Is her first instinct always to destroy stuff and hope that fixes things?
Always thinking with your sword. You zealots never change. I happen to like these ruins. They've been very informative. Without them, I'd never have learned there was a new god in the living lands.
Another reason why they should be destroyed. Sapadal is dangerous, but an archmage is more unpredictable by far.
I do love it when people choose to listen to reason. I have an alternate solution to the problem at hand.
This should be amusing.
I am not talking to you, am I? Don't interrupt me. Don't make me separate your skin from your muscle. I can sever the connection between the Adra in the ruins and the rest of the living lands. It will isolate the dream-scourged essence and halt the creation of new dream thralls in Shatterscarp. But those that exist will remain. My solution will end the plague in this region, I believe, and keep Ludwine from having to do terrible things to those nice ruins. I knew I liked you for a reason. Yes, there is a catch. It's also what you may call a large one. Severing the Adra will require the use of a truly immense amount of essence, which, well, will result in a few deaths.
A few deaths? What about Pelici? And the other Furians? And Pelici?
Gods, you're right.
Gentle sleep. One moment day, the next, a poppy's dream to carry them to the Garden of Night. They would feel no pain.
I'm so very glad you recall.
Well, in layman's terms, she's going to rip the essence out of a bunch of people in Shatterscarp. For what it's worth, her theory is sound. She could stop the Dream Scourge. In Shatterscarp, at least.
A few dozen people may die. Possibly 100 or so in the more dire scenarios. There is no control over who will perish in the process. But it will stop the Dream Scourge.
Ouais, bon, ils vont tous mourir en vrai.
No new Dream Thralls will be created.
Grim is one of the smartest people alive. If she says this is the way, it's hard to argue. No matter how much we might want to.
Comment je vais faire pour me débarrasser de ça?
But it is easier to save a life when you've amputated the necrotic limb, so to speak.
Ces nombres nécrosés sont des personnes.
At least least I'm not the only rational voice in this debate. She would sacrifice the very people we're trying to save, and for what? Not even to destroy the Dream Scourge. Merely to slow it down.
Destroying the ruins and killing the dream thralls within is also a short-term measure. Ludwig's solution will eventually result in the same number of casualties, possibly even more.
En supposant...
If such an alternative existed, I'd have suggested it already. So long as the Dream Scourge exists, more people will become infected. And the infected will take more lives, and this will continue indefinitely.
She has no idea what the consequences of her actions might be. And neither do you. Envoy, I want to show you something.
Ah ouais, c'est une mordaque ou quoi?
I swore an oath to my goddess. A solemn vow that I would give everything in service to her. Even myself. And I did so, gladly. Sapadal wants the same devotion from you. The only difference is, you never had a choice. The mask is my true face, my covenant with my goddess. The obligation I chose. And what makes you so sure the decision is truly yours? Sapadal has been whispering in your ear, guiding you, influencing you. You owe Sapadal nothing, and yet they demand everything. That is not devotion. It's cruel.
What an amateur. She accuses Sapadal of what she intends to inflict on you. Don't fall for it.
Yes, quite difficult to decide whether to believe your new god or the angry skeleton actively threatening us.
Godlike. I leave the choice to you. Both options will bring harm.
Ouais, super les options là.
Which will bring more good. Perhaps not. But one of these solutions will bring an end to the matter in Shatterscarp. Remember the village and the statue it couldn't repair. Remember the lesson I tried to teach you. None of our lives matters. Not when they might cost us the future. Now choose, Envoy. Destroy the ruins and the Dream Thralls, but allow the plague to keep spreading. Or sever the Adra and end the plague in Shatterscarp, with an unknowable number of casualties.
She toys with you with innocent lives, while I offer only the truth.
Good people die either way, but severing the Adra shortens their suffering, I hope.
Breaking the Adra is a bold choice, but it's such a terrible cost. If only we had time to do it with some finesse. But Quilici... gods. If there's even a chance he could... No, I can't think of that right now. Then again, it's not as if I trust Ludwig. The dead have no right to choose for the living. I'm at a loss. Whatever you do, Make sure you believe in it, because there's no going back.
Oh, what a relief. You really scared me there, Envoy.
I don't like our options, but maybe we can learn something from this one. Let's just hope Quilichi is alright.
So be it. Sapadal's hold over you is stronger than I suspected.
Rune, strengthen the living leaves. We twine.
Attune your soul to Sapadal to assist my focus on the Adra. You're the only one who can do that part. And Yatsley, come, help me. I think you'll enjoy this. Marins clapan ed marslante.
Incroyable. Capacité de divin.
It wasn't supposed to claim our people.
I am delighted to have been right about you. I was hoping you'd have the cold logic I wanted to see. We've dealt with the Dream Scourge, but you'll still have some cleaning up to do. Now that I know this was all because of a new god flailing in their cage, the Living Lands is no longer of interest to me. I'm sure she will try. She seemed quite incensed when she left. But that is for you to wrestle with. I'm done here. However, I have one final question for your young wizard.
For... me?
You have shown a great deal of talent, Yatsley. Few can harness so much essence with ease. I could use your assistance. And the companionship. It's really dreary being alone. Should you wish to return with me, I would happily take you on as my apprentice. The rest of the circle do not often visit, which is good because they're tiresome. You, however, are a power worth shaping, and rather delightful to boot.
Well, obviously, I'm... Wait. Really? You want me to... Wow. That would be... amazing. But I have to think about it. At the very least, the envoy would be lost without me. And so would my lover. Though the idea of finally devoting more time to magic is... tempting.
I very rarely take on an apprentice, and I have near infinite patience. The offer will stand. Don't worry. My work will still be here when you're done with your godlike's quest. Whatever you decide, it will be some months before I depart. You know where to find me. Be clever, godlike. Don't think too much with your heart.
Why are we deferring to that maniac?
I know we had to make a choice. I just hope it was the right one.
Il faut que j'aille à tertiaire. Je pense que je peux me TP en vrai. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
We need to talk. You let a mad archmage unleash death with a spell. I need to know why. Is that our answer now? Do we extract that price from every settlement in the Living Lands?
What is the alternative? That we allow the Dream Scourge to spread unchecked?
I don't know. Maybe.
Fuitu meio. That choice shouldn't be in anyone's hands.
Then why did we leave it to that archmage?
Reengrim knows more about the Dream Scourge than we do, and we know more than most others do. She found a great solution, but it came with a great cost. What more could we expect?
Do you hear yourself? You both saw what kind of person she is. The twisted little world she built for herself. If ending the Dream Scourge means handing our fate to someone like her, then perhaps it's not worth the cost.
Kai, let's be honest. None of us are walking away from this with a clean conscience. But unless someone makes the tough decisions, the Dream Scourge will kill us all. Or worse. That means living with our nightmares. Embracing them if we must.
Right. Getting killed by monsters is one thing, but turning into one...
We stand here bickering while the solution is just over the horizon. Nothing matters but the garden. Shatterscarp, even Emerald Stair. They're distractions by comparison.
Never thought I'd be going back to Galawain's tusks.
Relax. We won't embarrass you too much.
Let me guess. You burned some bridges on your way out, and now we have to cross them.
Think whatever you want. I just don't...
Take your time, dearie. You can tell me everything later over tea.
Right. Can we talk about something else?
Of course. Though you were the one who brought it up.
Kai's still wearing socks from last week. Let's discuss.
At least I've washed.
So, now we see how... No one I'm aware of. Legend says the founder of Solace went there once, but there's no proof. I figure either it's a complete dud and there's nothing really there, or we all lose our minds.
Nothing ready for...
Either way, was it worth it? Who knows?
Who knows?
And that's all that matters, I guess. Let's go. Anyway. Let's make sure they're not listening. The only one we haven't talked about is Yatsley. I don't trust her any further than I could throw her.
Yatsley.
Isn't
Yatsley.
She actually goes down into these ruins on purpose, just to see what's down there, I guess? And now she's trying to lead us to the garden. Might as well be searching for WoW's wacky wagon of mysteries.
Wacky wag
I'm sure
mysteries.
she knows what she's doing, but what if she doesn't? Ask away.
Je souhaite en savoir plus sur Briscape. Avez-vous des astuces pour survivre?
What else is there? No idea. What you see out there is what you get. What do you need? What else is there? No idea. What you see out there is what you get. Right. Changing the subject. Pleasant dreams.
Envoy, we need to discuss what you did in the ruins. I just hope we made the right decision. Those ruins are priceless, and I truly look forward to exploring them again in the future, but I don't know that I'll ever truly accept what we did. What I did. Usually I know the right answer. It's obvious. Here,
Obvious.
I know. We've seen enough pain caused by the Dream Scourge. Things have been unreal. We spoke to actual ancient Akedans in the ruins. I was able to ask questions and get answers. Of course. Though I sense that you're not fully aware of just how amazing this all is, so I'll let you wait back at the camp like a good little boy. But to go through the trials ourselves? Oh, could we be any luckier? Fascinating. I can't imagine what it was like to grow up a godlike with no god. I'm glad you got answers, sweetheart. Well, I have to start writing this all down before I forget. But do return if you think of any other juicy details. We've been traveling together for a little while. I just have to know. Did you purposefully choose such colorful company, or is that just what you attract naturally? I mean, I'm very clearly a delight, so it's obvious why you let me stick around. But Kai's hiding a lot behind that humor of his, isn't he? Thinking that that could be Quilici in me.
Quilici.
Not something I want to think about. And Marius, I don't know what's lurking in him, but I do think he should speak to someone on it. If he reaches out, do try, will you? As for Giada, well, clearly Giada is a gem. As for me, well, I'm just as riveting as you, but the boys are giving me a run for my money. You've got the thorn of a secret god inside of you. I think your uniqueness goes without saying, my dear envoy. You do strike me as a people person. Tell me, do you get along with all you meet? So, you'll be swarmed by will-wishers then, upon arriving home? And here I thought I had a wild youth exploring ruins. You might be putting me to shame, dearie. Quilici is quite good at knowing when to be sweet and when to be sour.
Yatsli, that's my surrogate father you're talking about? Spare my imagination, if you please.
Oh, you knew the risks when you came over uninvited, darling. It's on your head. Well, you've satisfied my curiosity. You know, Envoy, we've traveled enough that I think I've gotten a handle on your style. Style of fighting, I mean. Your fashion sense is more opaque. But listening to your incantations, they could use some tightening up. I could probably teach you a thing or two, if you're up for it. What do you say? Of course, darling. Easy as pie. What? Out of breath already? Talk to one of the boys. See if they can help with your stamina, dear. Well, I've taught you all I can. Let's hope you put it to good use.
Perception +2.
Can we talk a moment? How much do you really know about Adra? Not bad. Adra, we said... That would be possible.
Trop de dialogue avec les compagnons, hein.
Something about Inquisitor Ludwig has been she to be when Ludwig anyway gets what oh. What do you the better we don't all of my at least if I must.
Ok. Ah, lui, toujours un dialogue sur lui.
Let's. Ah, it's not. But I anyway. Let's. I don't. She. And now. Ask. What else is? Let's. Okay, right. Thanks for talking. Right. As we were saying. Could you possibly chew any louder?
Only if you say please.
We'll have every dream thrown in the sky. Scarp after us.
At least he's not as loud as the
How could they? Beloved,
How
you
could
are,
they?
Still, they bared their fangs. We blessed the Tabaru and they prick us in return. Blood on the wire. Roots like a wall. We only meant to protect. We thrashed against the blinding light to keep the Akita safe. We never wanted this. So many seedlings lost. We grieved, but we saved many. The burned queen. She hurt us. Hurt. Yet still the branches swipe. We mourn. We could not be to blame. They should have shared our love. Their spite? This we could not foresee. But you are here. A green shoot after the fire. You would not raise your hand against us. The blossom of trust. Sleep now. Dream of golden poppies on the road ahead.
Incroyable.
3 dozen dead, of no apparent causes. They just fell over. Like their hearts were stopped in their chest. What did you do, Envoy? I know you're involved somehow. Sacrifices? Is that what you want to call it? Such a pretty word for so much death. Dozens are dead, Envoy. Their loved ones scream for them. What was all this for? The costs were too great, Envoy. And you paid them with third-born blood. I hope your fucking decisions haunt you forever. You've cost so many families their loved ones. You have my permission to go anywhere else. Get out of my sight, Envoy.
It's strange to see so few vultures. I'll have to raise the prices to account for the loss.
Oh. Something? Yeah, well. Oh. Really? One less thing. One less... Well, off you go then. Back to killing things and leaving me alone.
Entrer dans les défenses de Galawin. Ah ouais, celle-là. Une TP ici. Je peux traverser toute la map, c'est bon là, les allers-retours. Incroyable. La meilleure zone du game.
Tamershi sent word. She said you can go. I'm sorry, Envoy. I don't have much more to say. You were responsible for all this death. But I hope you don't end up the same way too.
If our path crosses ours again, it'll be ugly.
Frankly, I'll take any opportunity we get to ruin Ludwig's day.
I'll say this much for the Inquisitor. She's stubborn, like a rat. And I plan on hunting her like a rat.
I'd say we shouldn't stay on her bad side, but I'm not sure she has any other sides.
You know her better than any of us. What's your read?
Right. Focus, people. Try not to think about how we're up against a dead woman who threatens the entire living lands.
Yeah. Instead, think about the soul-corrupting plague that also threatens the living
Hmm.
lands.
Well, the joke's on her in any case. Ludwig won't get very far without that map. She'll be scratching her skull.
Somehow, I don't think she'll let that stop her for long.
And Ludwig definitely strikes me as someone who doesn't leave food on her plate.
Lodwin.
Right, and the Steel Garrote is famously level-headed. Just look at Fior.
Ludwig and her steel garrote have the numbers and the power, but we have spunk and a map. And that might just be enough to find the garden before she does.
We're all competing for the same thing. A place we barely understand, with no guarantees of what we'll find there. Still, I am determined to reach the garden, above all else.
Ugh, that's just a pile of Sokka. Oh, now you're listening to me, all of a sack of sup sudden. You won't find a blessed a thing. This wild beetle chase of yours is a page raku waste of time. To get to the garden, you have to go through Galawain's tusks. The land is made of lava and acid. It wants to eat you alive.
So it's tough odds. We've gotten this far together.
Tough odds is an extra Zarb jumping in at the last minute. This is a long trek, on foot, through a land that can barely support life. I don't have to be a Blessed Day Oracle to know this won't go how you think it will. And all your clues come from one source. You've been following a voice in your head. What do you know about Soppadal? How do you know you can trust them? That's good for you. What about the rest of us, huh? Will your secret god bring us all back or just you?
What's on your mind, Marius? What bothers you so?
Because I can scream until I'm blue in the face, and you people would still rather trust the Envoy's pet headache demon. And now you want to drag us through the deadliest region in the world because a sleeping god said so. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm done here. Do whatever blessed day planning you want to do. You don't need me for that.
Let's just take a breath, Marius. You don't mean that.
Nope. I said what I said. Come get me when it's time to go.
Poor Marius. Some things really rattled him.
I've never seen Marius like this. Something's going on with him, but I don't know what.
Be gentle with him. Or if not gentle, understanding.
Well, hopefully Marius will be okay soon. We have to get going if we want to get to the garden before Ludwig.
We won't get far unless we look after each other. Now's your chance.
I know what you're gonna say. Marius, I'm tired of your blessed day attitude. Get over it. Well, you know what? So am I. So just let me be alone for a bit. I will. Count on that.
I've been trying to sort my thoughts since we left her domain. We met Rin, and I... As smart as you are, Envoy, I sometimes forget that you are still a layperson. It doesn't feel real, but it is. If I take the apprenticeship, I'll have to leave And what about my study of the Godless? Oh, you even learned their proper name. I can't believe you listened. You'll make me cry at this rate. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't... I know. That's the whole issue. I've learned magic through my own means, reading and studying on my own. How much more could I learn with her? And how much faster? Within a fortnight, I could rule the world.
As if you need an archmage for that. You could rule the world with a smile.
Thank you, dearie. I can't promise I'll act on it, but I really appreciate the advice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to write a letter to Quilici. He'll never believe me.
Dialogue de l'infini. Ah ouais, nouvelle région. Incroyable. C'est stylé ici aussi. Hein. Une ville?
Radut, be reasonable. We can't live out here like this.
Listen, we're besieged by Mali and her outsiders. Lorraine still begs me to search for the missing Adir and merchant convoy, but we're stretched too thin even for that. I only ask you to hold on a bit longer until our replacement comes.
I will try.
Ah ouais, c'est chez les nains ici.
This can't last. If you're buying, I'm selling. I might have something for you, envoy.
Another Adiran. Damned if I ever saw the like. So you're the envoy they reported at the gate. Bates turning away the refugees from Shatterscarp, at least. Is it true that many drop dead suddenly? Gods. Well, at least we're safe here. And better off, I think, for having you here. The sentries were right about you. You have the same features as Arnandru. Taller, of course, but nevertheless. I'm going to treat this as a good omen. Nandru himself knows we need one out here.
Nandru. Nandru, qui est-ce?
Founder of Solace Keep. We have a statue of him there. You both share similar features around the face, huh? Anyway, the Tusks never offered us much, and that was before the Beetles rose in their numbers. Never mind the Zorips, or the Dream Scourge, or fucking Amalia.
On dirait que vous êtes surchargé.
I don't know what there is to do. The Beetles and Zorips come back faster than we can cut them down, and Amalia... gods, where do I even start? She and I used to command this tower in turn. I and my wardens kept watch while she and hers rested in the keep. And so too the reverse. Until her last watch, that is. When she and her wardens abandoned their post and marched on the gate and tried to leave. Because life in the tower is torture. We're low on supplies. The Wastes are leaning against us. They had made a request to the keep for aid. After it was denied, her warden spoke of mutiny. And after that, well, fighting broke out at the gate. My wardens and I rushed from our leave when we heard the alarms. Drove Amalia back. Now she set up camps in the Wastes. Main one is just up north in the Twined Wood. Another just west of there, in a tower. Another east, in a cave. She's broken her oath, and I'm trying to find a way to uphold mine. I've never cared for how we use duty to excuse the worst of what we do. Nevertheless, we have our duty to watch over the garden, and so we're bound to the tasks. Our oaths are mortal matters. Should we die with an oath unfulfilled, our spirits will linger until another of our wardens sees it completed. And if one of our own breaks an oath, it is a death sentence. All I want is peace with her. But our talks, such as they were, have totally broken down. Whenever I approach, she just tells me to stay away from the land beneath her banners. And after her raid, after our skirmishes, I don't see how we can talk anymore. But would you be willing to talk to her? You are an envoy, after all. I'm sure you've diffused more complicated situations. I have no demands except that she stops attacking us for treading near her camps. But she says she won't stop until they can all leave. And I can't grant her passage out of the tasks. She has no duty out there. Nor can I grant her one. I don't know how to break the stalemate. But I'll quit talking your ear off. Thank you for indulging me. If you see Amalia or any of her camps, I hope you can get through to them. I don't know what to tell you except that it's best to keep to the road. Believe me when I say you don't want to know our lands. Danger without any of the excitement. These days we do little but hold the gate, kill vermin, and ship their meat back to the keep.
We left Marius at camp. We're so close to the garden. You can practically feel it.
Hey, I might have something for you.
Incroyable.
Be careful, traveler. The tusks are friends to no one. Should you need help, I am happy to lend it. Are you by Nanduru? Are you the Adiran envoy? I think I know already, but what brings you out here to the tusks? No, actually, until you said that, I wasn't thinking about everyone just dying suddenly. I just thought you were here on a trade mission, that's all. Wait, you mean you don't know? We let an Adiran caravan through a few days ago. First caravan we ever let through from anywhere, actually. I've never known anything like it. They had so many wonderful things. Food, linens, medicine. They had a letter from your ambassador in Paradise, too. And when I saw you, well, you get the idea. Wishful thinking on my part. Gods, I'd love to see them roll by again. Just a few nice words about wanting to reach out to us, wanting to offer us nice meats and soft fabrics.
Damage control. He knows his colonizers are unpopular, and he's trying to ingratiate himself with the locals.
Anyway, I would. It might make the tusks bearable again, and we have a lot to give, you know. Rare ore, incredible metalworks. You wouldn't believe what we could do if we weren't fighting just to survive. Yes, our laws have always forbidden trade. Still do, technically. But the keep is split on that, and we needed the supplies, so we made an allowance. Well, actually, I'm worried about the caravan. It should have returned from Solace by now, but it hasn't. I don't play guessing games. They left along the main road. You can't miss it, really. Also, in the convoy there was a dwarven woman, Gilleen. I'd like very much to know she's okay. Yes, but what I want most is to just know she's safe. That's not the point. The point is her convoy is missing, and I just want to know everything's all right. It's not love, it's, well, maybe the start of love. Thank you, Envoy. I'll look forward to the good news.
Let's hope we can reunite them.
Bam. Adra étrange, c'est quoi ça? Journal d'un anime ancien. Nous avons trouvé un beau bout d'Adra qui serait parfait pour étudier le flux erratique d'essence naturelle dans les terres vivantes.
Something happened here. Drip by drip, the slow passage of time. The years have gnarled our branches. The hot winds bent our trunk. Who are we? We do not recognize what we have become. Beneath us, we change, yet we are still of use. We remember our purpose. It soothes us.
Localiser l'entrée du jardin. Ok. Tabatiada.
I can bring back someone to help you. Please, if you
Ouf. Ah ouais, c'est un arbre là-bas ou quoi? Ah non, c'est le jardin.
As I live and breathe, the faithless envoy. Ludwig finds
Envoy.
diminished. If you're looking for the Inquisitor, she's hunting a lead to the garden through its twisted silver roots.
Cette piste a-t-elle un quelconque rapport avec la tour qui se trouve derrière vous?
Not if I have anything to say about it.
We'd be there already if not for the roots. The tower calls. The roots strangle. The roots say your name, Envoy. They say you told them to do it.
Ça va très mal se terminer si vous ne reculez pas.
Goodbye. Yes. We withdraw from the hungry thing. Blood, smoke, smoke, death. I'll stand down. I'll stand down. But my people won't. Envoy, over here.
I've had enough of
Ah ouais, d'accord. Ils veulent pas. La moitié.
The garden is close. Oh, let's hurry up.
On menant au jardin.
impressive. I'd say we're on the right track.
Incroyable.
So close, but yet so far.
Comment on fait là?
Much as I want to get to the garden, I'm loath to swim through that.
Fouiller la tour d'Olympie. Truc à fouiller ici là?
I don't think this broken bridge will help us. Didn't we read about another way into the garden, though? The other path is hidden well. I certainly don't see any way across the Acid Sea.
I say we have a look around. Follow your divine instincts, and try not to draw unwanted attention. To Solace Keep, then. And not a moment too soon. With any luck, we can outpace the Steel Garrote. I'll follow your lead.
Ouais, super. Ta-da-da.
Oh, big mistake! La plupart de ce qui est écrit dans ce vieux journal est effacé au point d'être illisible ou attaqué par la moisissure. Ok.
This would be a great.
Ouais, c'est ravagé ici.
There's so many of them.
That'll show him. Let's finish.
He's got company! Not bad, Envoy.
Supplication d'un garde. Un campement ici? Ah ouais. Ok. Donc alors attends, je dois passer par là ou... Ah, par le pont peut-être. Donjon de la consolation.
Welcome to Serena's Mercy, outsider. There's nothing.
You let me out of here right now!
Will you pipe down over there?
I'm innocent!
No, you gave the goods back. That's something else.
I demand that this farce of a justice system answer for itself.
Dude, grow today, grow tomorrow. Hope you're looking forward to it.
Oh, thank the gods. Finally.
Renato here was selling our grave goods to traveling merchants. Don't let him tell about maps and causes. He's a common thief.
You know him? Then you can advocate for me.
You've got your work cut out for you. But if you want to try, go ahead.
I admit I took a few things from Pargrunan memorials. And I admit the caravans paid me a good price for them. Expeditions have costs. You can't line a pocket that's full of holes. Sansa has no idea what the living lands are like. He sits in his emporium and thinks it's the Deadfire. Well, it's not. Every day out here is a matter of life and death.
We do fine without grave robbing.
I just needed to survive.
You can't just barge in and tell us what to do with our prisoners.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but I'm not paid enough to argue with it. You're free to go.
About time. I owe you, whoever you are. Actually, wait, I can do better than that. Take my notes.
Carte de Renato.
Do me a favor and don't tell Sansa where I've been. I'll come up with something. As soon as I've found a place to bathe.
Bon, mon main lui a sauvé la vie.
Well, isn't this a homely little fortress?
Outsiders aren't permitted in Solace Keep. Turn your ass around and go back the way you came.
Légende guerrière, j'ai affronté un prince. Deir Glanfat. En combat singulier, j'ai gagné.
I could care less if you fought Magren herself. Death is better than catching Mihala's ire. It's a violation of Tenet 3 of Nandru's 9 creeds. No person accepting wardens of the Pargrunen shall be granted safe harbor without express permission of the council, heretofore established by Nandru, the first warden, or without the attestation of an established, honored warden of the keep. That is correct. Without the Solace Council or a warden to vouch for you, your presence in the keep is forbidden. No warden, no keep.
We really will have to drag Marius into this, won't we? The poor dear.
On va passer par là, ouais.
You again. No escort.
Pas d'escorte, pas d'entrée. Si je le bute. Le but, ça se passe comment?
Move along.
Oh, how cozy. The blood really brings everything together.
C'est une salle de torture. Ah, ils lui ont coupé un bras au calme.
I'm getting too old for this.
You again. I told you the first time. No escort, no entry.
Non, on peut pas. Ah, il faut que j'ai Marius dans mon... Ah. Aveugleman.
Skins in the dark. The mountains shift in unknowable shapes. The sulfur scalds. We do not like to linger in this place. The rule of the wilds. What will they do to gain such victory? Beast of treachery smells you. It stalks you across the land. A sword for a settlement, the scorpion promises to protect. Rose today, thorn tomorrow. Friend or foe, the branches shake. Another time, a distant ache. A hidden strike, a bond bleeds in silence. Have your hands known this? An oak everlasting. Why? A certain spring. The bloom always succeeds the frost. The storm blows, others falter. What good is a vow if it can break? Trust. We have learned much. Dream of dandelions with two heads.
Gods. Anyone else finding it hard to breathe?
Oh dear. Focus on something else, dear. Like how terrible the tusks smell.
Incroyable. C'est le Mordor ici en vrai.
I told you that...
Ah, Fuitu Mayu. It's Cosmine. Just let me handle this.
Marius? No. You must be a ghost. A curse.
Oh, that would be news to me.
You're alive. You. Asshole. You show your face now? Now?
Several times, but I hit more than I missed.
We used to be friends. Or so I thought. But then this Jitule left. Unannounced. No note, no nothing. Didn't even say goodbye to Iancu. And now you cozy up here, after 3 years, with an adherent godlike, no less? No offense. We all face difficulty, yet we've stayed, except Marius. Either way, it doesn't solve how I'm going to explain this to the Council.
Let us handle the Council. You just sit here staring out into the tusks like you were.
You know the rules. Outsiders cannot enter without express permission of the Council.
Or with an honored warden.
Which you are not. I shouldn't even be talking to either of you. It's forbidden. Ha! If those bastards were here, we'd know. And if they came for us, we'd kill them. Simple as that.
Oh, then I guess we have nothing to worry about. Solace is saved, and we didn't even have to do anything.
And I'm supposed to take you at your word? You're no less adherent than those bastards. You know the position this puts me in. If I let you in, the Council will have my head. And how do you figure breaking my oath fulfills it?
Cosmine, Solace Keep is in real danger. Do you truly think...
Il veut pas me laisser rentrer, ce nain de mort, là?
God damn it. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? I'll let you in, but be warned.
Ah, voilà.
Solace is not as it was, Marius.
I doubt it. Nothing really changes in Solace.
You'll see for yourself. The Council isn't what it was. Keep a watchful eye. Lower it on down. Quickly now.
I admit it. Solace is damned impressive. Just be aware, people of Solace are just as stubborn as its walls.
If it's the new recruit playing games again, I'm going to... All right. You...
Duty won't feed us, Mother.
Just
Duty
not
won't
to
keep us from dying.
You have his marking. The council is going to lose its mind.
Mihala is going to... I don't even know what Mihala is going to do. This has never happened.
I can't wait to see what the council will say.
Ixamil. Les plaines d'Ixamilt sont une savane fertile située au nord de Red Siras.
Welcome back to an outsider. Nobody told me to expect outsiders. Welcome to... something like that, yes. Apologies for staring. Do you have any questions about Solace Keep? I've never seen anyone quite like you, is all. No, that's not entirely true. All I'll say is, take a good look at the big statue of Nandru, this keep's founder, when you enter the main hall. A word of warning before you enter. You are the first outsiders to visit the keep in longer than I know. It is an honor to have you. Enjoy your visit to Solace Keep.
Sanctuary of Nandra. Hasn't changed a bit.
Well, that sounds like a perfect excuse to spruce them.
What is Crown? An outsider here?
C'est la forge en bas ou quoi là?
Abidon and Magra never kiss.
Ah ouais. Maître forgeron.
I hope you don't mind if I shout a bit. I feel like it's impossible to hear anything over all this banging and quenching. Indeed, when they came down to tell us that we had outsiders about, I swore I misheard. I probably should have cleaned up the place.
Mihala understands the importance of
Feel like
tradition.
making yourself useful, outsider? Be careful with those ogres.
Exactly.
Put that.
Ah ouais. Que des Most Wanted.
Outsider. You need something?
Maybe we should open up for more. You think Kostya's right, huh?
Listen, everyone wants seconds, okay? You can get back in line or wait until next meal. Then, I honestly, take a compliment. I have.
So you're the outsiders my guards let into the keep. Sucker. Now I'm going to have to deal with
Sucker.
that. And you're accompanied by a deserter.
There's the Joffrey I know. Still calling your parents by their first names.
Yes, I am. Every time I visit them. You should try it sometime. If you have a complaint, can it wait? I'm already dealing with enough. I don't care who you are. Unless the council has approved it, no outsiders are allowed in the keep. And now one of my wardens has let you in. Mihala is going to ream me for this. That's because none of this is my job. Not really. Mihala ordered me to take over for our Captain Petru until he comes back, but it's been weeks and no one's heard anything. Of course it's odd. Mihala said it was council business, but there's nothing in his office. No journal, nothing. One of my wardens, Mina, is convinced something happened to him, but I don't have the time or resources to spare. Would you? That would take a load off of me. The council might even thank you for it. Talk to Mina. She's been distraught since Petru disappeared, so I've relieved her of her duties. I can't have one of my wardens like this, drunk and useless. She's likely over in the bar, drowning her sorrows. If there's anything to know about Petru, she'd know it.
For the captain of the guard.
Enquêter sur la situation de Petru.
Let's look into this.
You're a little grumbling. Oh, my dear. It's been so long. How is my grandson, that little boy? Mother. Mihala is to blame. We need to open our gates to the world. No, leave us behind. Absolutely.
Go. You won't do any good here.
No, I can't. Not with Mihala calling the shots. Then perhaps it's time for a change around here.
Ready yourselves. Council's just up this lift.
Of course they have an elevator.
If we open our gates, we will talk about this later. Guest. What is the meaning of this? Who let them in here?
They're here because I vouched for them.
Marius, you're alive.
There were rumors you died, Marius.
Ah oui, c'est le conseil des nains, en vrai.
You shouldn't have returned.
I trust you came back to us for good reason. I doubt that. There isn't an inch of this land the wardens do not patrol, day and night. If the Stilgarroth were here, we would know.
And if they are here, let them come. Solus has stood against worse threats for hundreds of years.
They destroyed a city full of animancers. If they come for Solace, even these ancient walls won't save you. If that's all you'll do, you might as well not do anything.
Although I wonder why we should bother trusting you. We heard that you were responsible for a great many deaths in Shatterscarp. Give me a reason to tolerate you for even a second longer. Indeed. But you've brought us news. Now I'm curious. What do you expect us to do for you? It sounds like you have something in mind. There is no path.
Nor has there been for hundreds of years. There was a bridge once, but it fell in Nandru's time. How do you know of our garden, Envoy?
The garden is our sacred purpose. Its observation and protection, a task handed to us by Nandru himself. He once wrote that the island spoke to him. Perhaps
as it has spoken to you.
The envoy does bear a remarkable resemblance to our founder, does he not?
The markings on your face. I recognized them. But I didn't want to believe an Adiran could have anything in common with Nandru. Enough. I know you Outlanders to be audacious, but claiming you read the lost journal of our founder, there are no words. If Nandru ever wrote such a thing, do you think the Pargrunen would forget it? Would the living archives misplace such an artifact? We did not lie to you. The bridge has fallen. The path is long gone.
If there is another way, envoy, you will have to discover it yourself. But I fear you will be disappointed.
It has and always will be our duty to watch over the garden. Even if we knew of the potential of another path, we couldn't tell you. Your facial markings might be similar to Nandru's, but we will not change our ways for an accident of flesh and cartilage. You are an outsider and will remain one forever. The agent of an empire bent on destroying all that we have built. Envoy, you and those like you are why we are here. The Wardens exist to stand in your way.
Envoy, be practical. You may be uniquely capable, but there are hundreds of us. There are 3 of you. Good. Be sure of it.
Kostya, see the envoy out of our halls. Enough time has been wasted on inconsequential matters.
With all due haste, Mihala.
And Marius? Don't stay gone so long next time.
If this is the kind of warm welcome I can expect, I can't wait to come back.
Follow me, envoy.
Right. I warned you they'd be useless. Or maybe I didn't, but I thought about it. You'd be better off tracking the Steel Garrote. At least they're not useless bureaucrats.
And I thought Vidara was infuriating.
Still lingering? Good.
Envoy. I just wanted a word before you went on your way. I wanted to apologize for what happened in the council chamber. The situation here is desperate. We have more mouths than food. The old sicken, the young suffer. But Mihala, well, she's a devoted warden to her core. I think she'd rather we starve than ask for help. There are just not enough resources to go around, and it's causing people to fall ill. She won't let our people leave, or speak with outsiders, or trade for the resources we need. There is no reasoning with her. Anything that doesn't strictly serve our oath to Nandru is treason of the highest order. It's why I play my part where she can see. I don't want to risk her wrath. It is. I understand, Mihala, but principles won't keep your people fed and safe. Neither our oaths nor this keep will prevent our people from starving. Change must happen. We need to leave the keep. Do you understand me? The keep decays, and we drown in a rot. The warden is a corpse against that which would revive it. We will not last here much longer. Not without food, building materials, medical supplies. I let Nadiran trade caravan.
Medical supplies.
But that's hardly enough. We need so much more. All of which your ambassador in Paradis could provide. If I could only start the conversation. Information. You're looking for another path to the garden. I don't know if there is one, but the Stilgarot are in the mines at Mount Forja, looking for the garden even as we speak.
Dialogue infini, bordel.
If they haven't found what you're looking for, they will soon. I hear their commander is a determined woman. I lied to you. I'm sorry for that. I didn't intend to make you look like a fool. But I couldn't let Mihala know the truth. She would have had us rushing headlong to our deaths with no thought for how this situation could advantage us. The garden does not matter to me. Whether it's you or the Stilgarot who find it, I don't care. My people. Every person who is alive now, and every generation to come. The Inquisitor is a questionable creature, but she might be all that stands between us and doom. She has the Ambassador's ear. With her support, he might agree to trade with us. It doesn't matter how reasonable he is if I don't have his ear. I am an aging dwarf from a small, fanatical order on the ass end of a volcanic wasteland. Against Mihala's wishes, I have written to him many times. He refuses to lend his ear. But if a powerful ally were to speak on my behalf, there might be something I could offer him. Something like the keep.
You give them the keep? Have you lost your Sunday mind?
I understand ridding yourselves of the keep, but to help the Stilgarot, disgusting.
The keep. Its inane traditions. None of that means anything to me. I want to offer up Solace Keep to Adir and the Stilgarot in exchange for goods and gold. Its existence has cost us so much. The least it can do is buy a future for our people. That is my most fervent hope, Envoy. Mihala believes your empire cannot see us as anything but rivals. After Fior, I suspect you Adirans think of the people of the Living Lands as little more than bugs to be crushed. If you think of us at all. An agreement may protect us from dying from deprivation, and perhaps Also keep us safe from Adir's hunger. It might seem a foolish idea, but better to be a fool who tried than a coward who did not. Your quest for the garden is also a fool's errand. And you've shared them all with me. I want you to get what you want, Envoy. My hope is that you don't kill the Inquisitor before I get what I want too. You are driven by a singular purpose. I admire your ferocity, Envoy, that you would readily kill your own. In any case, the Steel Garrote are at the Mount Forja mines. To get there, head west across the primordial depths. Do as you will. I believe the Pargrunen and the Adirians can forge a mutually beneficial alliance. That will not happen if there is unnecessary bloodshed. Also, goodbye then.
Any news, Andrada?
Sorry, Geoffrey. Captain. No, the council's still going. No house colonies.
I'm fine.
But Kostya says that Solace Keep is nothing but a crypt. We'll die in here.
I'm so tired of listening to you. Kostya this, Kostya that. Solace Keep protects us all. I don't want to hear another word.
An outlander.
Don't mean to be disrespectful, but we'd prefer not to deal with your kind.
What's wrong with talking to the Outlander, We need outside opinions. We need medicine. You're sick, Mother.
Pargrunen affairs are Pargrunen affairs. We don't speak of them to outsiders.
Even if it costs you your life, Mother? You'd rather die than ask for help from an Outlander?
Kostya has a lot to answer for, poisoning our youth's minds with these ideas. See? Even the Outlander agrees with me. Kostya means well, but he's short-sighted. Mikhaila knows what happens if we allow the Outlanders inside. They'll take and take and take. Soon they'll attempt to tell us our ways are wrong, that we must become like them. Until nothing of us is left and we become just an appendage of some other people.
At least we'll be fed.
Enough. No more of this nonsense. Stop talking.
Why won't you listen? If we don't change our ways, the Pargrunen are done for.
I don't want to hear another word of this.
Try growing up with that volcano on the horizon. You learn early on how fragile life can be.
What do you think what means?
Suppose that's edible. What do you think? Looking forward to it, though.
Let me see that.
I'm so tempted. Probably wouldn't hurt.
Next time, I'm going to ask for someone else.
My gods, they're killing us. Outlander, my gods, help me. We're being slaughtered. The archives, please, gods. My brothers, my fellow monks, they changed into monsters before my eyes. They're tearing everything apart. If the archives burn, our history is lost. Oh my gods, how could this be happening? Oh, thank the gods. Bless you, Outlander. Friend, thank you. Head north along the main road. The archives are on a bluff. You can't miss the smoke. Look for Grigor. He'll know what you need to do.
Zarhims. The tracks are everywhere.
Moi j'ai pu le rater. Hein.
I think I sprained my shoulder.
Je crois que c'est un campement en face.
Come and get me.
Who are you, Spirit? The plague's corrupted the rest of us. The Stilgar, our minds, broken. I won't let it take me. I'll keep my sanity. You're not real. You can't be. No. Go away, Spirit.
The trap thuds. The fox cries at the pain of the hare. The justice of the wild.
Go away. Oh, I know you're not real. I'll stop you if I must.
Légende.
My soul is mine. Mine! It will not be despoiled. What was that prayer Ludwig taught us to banish the visions? Fearsome Woodiker, by your withering gaze, I bind this tricksome devil. Oh, God, it's still there. I see the canopy of a tree inside your soul. No! Stop looking at me. I don't want to see it.
Oh no, the poor dear. I don't think he can be helped. I just mean that we're running low on options.
The ruiner, the rival, the seed of the poisonous tree. She said, she commanded me, the closer she draws us to the wood, the worse the visions become. Leaves and chains, roots and rot. When I close my eyes and when I wake, they never go away. Make them go away. The Queen receives petitioners from atop her burning throne. The Queen, she...
Has Kostya already spoken with her?
They're grubs in the dirt. Wriggling things. Nothing to her but feed for the journey to the wood. None shall pass, she said. None but she and the Queen that was and always will be. Wodika, blind you villain!
Oh, big mistake!
Oh.
I hear volcanoes have all sorts of pretty flowers growing around them. I'd love some for my hair. Someone's eager to meet us.
What was that?
I'm with you.
On the right here.
Try not to breathe too deeply.
On arrive après le garrot d'acier de toute façon là.
Wardens. All dead. The steel garrote didn't even bother hiding the bodies.
Onward, to your left.
Got them all. Yes, you the roots if you like. Feed you.
I know. You shouldn't be here.
That's that. We'll need another way through.
Ra. Lettre de Kostia à Lodwyn. Carte de défense de Galawin, tachée de rouille.
The steel garrote left all this behind without packing up. He must have left in a hurry.
These are Pargrunen books. Just beautiful.
Just beautiful.
They circled Solace Keep on the map. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
You'd need powerful magic to hide something like that. And I don't think Solace has any spare archmages running around.
I suppose it's possible the path to the garden is under the keep.
Someone had to tell them.
Doesn't matter. A steel garrote getting to the garden cannot be a good thing.
Nothing will keep them safer than taking out the steel garrote.
Whether they realize it or not.
Nothing.
Trespasser, she defiles our ground. Murderer, she is near.
You will go no further. The garden is under our protection.
And who is going to stop me? The time has come to take the garden.
Wardens will never...
Yesterday, this island suffered in the grip of its own madness. Today, the living lands unites under one flag. One people. One law. One true God.
No! Never again!
They've all turned into dream throats.
Arms up.
Ion boy. So here you are. Sapadal coaxed you toward the garden, a spider luring a fly to the safety of the web.
Who spins? Who rides? She weaves a trap of steel.
Look at my paladins, envoy. Look what your god has done to us. I should have realized it sooner. The Dream Scourge is Sapadal's weapon. A cudgel to drive us out of the living lands. So was I. But Sapadal had other plans. What a pair we make, envoy. Proxies in a war between gods. Your patron versus my faith. A war that ends here and now. The choice is ours. Do we trust our own judgment? Or do we gamble it all on the monster whispering in your ear? See what your god allows you to see. No matter where we turn, we find the consequences of Sapadal. Plague, blight, madness. The Living Lands hangs by a thread because mortals cannot live in the shadow of a god, much less one that's lost its mind.
We were fine living at the whim of a sleeping god until you came along and woke it up.
Well, this god was quite pleasant up until your steel garrote came in and started setting things on fire.
You and I alone can save the Living Lands by destroying the unending madness that is Sapadal.
Break the bars!
Right. We definitely all had input on that decision.
Oh, that's a big decision. Can't we just talk to them first?
I knew it might come to this. Sapadal has a stronger claim on you than we ever did. Still, I had hoped your wisdom would prevail, if not your loyalty. What a shame to destroy so much potential. You are the key to Sapadal's prison. That isn't your fault. It merely is. And it has to end. Prepare yourself for the beyond.
We did it! That steel garrote Korba died just like anyone else. Right. I don't trust that woman to die like a normal person. The garden lit up, and everyone changed. I hate to say it, but maybe Ludwig is right about Sapadal and the Dream Scourge.
All we can do now is focus on the garden. That's what's important.
Vipers in the knot. The venom drowns us. Save us, please. They They stand outside our prison. We rattle the bars, they do not hear. We scream, they do not answer. Truth! Truth! We are in agony! They come, a surging flood of parasites. They destroy us bite by bite. They eat us alive. Out! Let us out! Set us free! It is never over. New steel treads upon the ashes of the old. The light stands in the midst. The old light. It blinds us. Send it away. It hurts. It has always hurt this way. And our pain spreads, and the rot spreads. The plague grows. No. We see now. The mycelial roots tended with our blood and tears. We wanted to be patience and strength, but we were afraid. They hurt us and would not stop. We did not mean to. We were innocent. We were never taught the meaning of our strength. We were nothing once, and then we were. As we woke to the world, we reached out and we found them, the other gods. We thought they would love us, but they flinched from us like we were a flame. The charred queen called us an abomination. We tore chasms in the land and boiled its rivers to stop her magfolk, to save our people. How could we have known how fragile their bodies were? She hurt us, killed those who loved us. She wanted us gone, forgotten, destroyed utterly. She called us aberration. She named us monster before we even knew what we were. Yet she made it our sin. She who caged us. She who called us monster. We thrash and the affliction rises. We scream and the rot spreads. We did not intend to lie.
Ouais, laissez voir ça.
You close your ears. We try to clear the mist. They hurt us. We hurt them back. We hurt them again, again, again. We dreamed of green shoots, roses without thorns to prick. The vines of the past strangle us. We help us. We are alone. We cause it, but it is not our way. We will make this better. We promise. Help us. Release us. Then the rot ends. Bare the throat. This time will be different. We promise, free us. All will be well. We give you another sliver of our power, a piece of us. Do you accept? The parasites who trapped us left a door in the garden's wall. Reach it, and you can set us free. Let us aid you once more. We grant you our power. Find the wall of the valley across the acid sea. It cups our prison in its palm. It waits. We wait. Free us. End our suffering.
Soigne et ranime tous les alliés proches.
disturbs us. Hurry in the brush.
One moment.
Those beetle shells could make a lovely little comb, don't you think? Or perhaps a pretty dye.
You're on your right.
Il est où? Ah, je peux pas? Pourquoi? Pourquoi je peux pas me TP là? Ok, bon bah, on y va à pattes, hein. Tu peux me TP maintenant? Ah voilà.
We need to leave before all of the tusks is flooded with lava.
And then what?
I don't like the way that lava is rising.
That's why none.
He's not the one
Watch
I'm worried
yourself,
about.
Outlander.
Someone's going to have
Keep
to
us
tell
going.
the outposts.
I knew it. You know it. The moment I saw that deer and wherever we go next, I knew it was a bad sign.
Everyone, please, do not panic. Simply exit quickly.
Oh, Marius, praise Abaddon, you are alive.
What's happening? Why is everyone running around like blessed fools?
The volcano erupted. Any minute now, we're going to be flooded. We're evacuating. Kostya's gone to open the lava sluice gates, but they've been disused for so long. When Forja erupted, I thought... Oh, my boy. I'm so glad you're alive. Unless you have come back to help us, Envoy, I don't have time for you. We're minutes away from being overrun by lava flows. I have to get my people out.
Allez.
You must leave now. We told you, we don't know. And this is hardly the time to be asking.
Tell that to the Steel Garrote. They found a way to the garden, and it's somewhere beneath the keep. They were about to storm your gates when the volcano erupted.
They're all dead, by the way. You're welcome.
The Steel Garrote were marching on the keep? How? Why would they think the garden was beneath Solace? He's gone below to open the sluice gates. Nandru designed the gates to direct the lava flows away from the keep, but Forja hasn't awakened in centuries.
Could Kostya have told the Steel Garrote about another entrance to the garden?
No. If such a thing existed, I can't believe it. He wouldn't. We took an oath to Nandru. The garden was our sacred duty, and he betrayed us. I can't believe I didn't see this coming. I was a fool. I have failed my duties. Kostya. I knew he was making overtures, but I didn't think he'd go that far. The ambassador has not responded to Kostya's overtures, has he? I made sure of that when I threw the ambassador's replies in the forge fire. I understand how Kostya could be tempted by false notions of freedom and prosperity, but... Oh, this is entirely too much. How could he have done this? I can't believe Kostya handed the Steel Garrote a secret we protected for hundreds of years. We took Mayu. Who knows what he'll do with the sluice gates? He cares so little for the keep that I worry he's going to have us drowning in lava. I will. Abaddon stay my tongue if I betray him, but I will. I will show you where Kostya has gone. If you find that he's doing anything other than opening the gates that would protect our home from the lava, I would ask that you stop him.
Mihala.
I do not wish to see him dead, but if he would risk the keep, then he risks our lives. I cannot suffer those who would harm us to live. Now I must return to the evacuation, and you must go on your way. Let's hope we don't need your wishes. If your arrival is indeed a message from Nandru, I hope he remembers his people well.
Allez.
I hope he is proud of us. And Marius, make it back to us in one piece.
I assume that's an order, Commandant?
Head through the door in the smithy. You'll find Kostya in the lava tubes beneath the keep. Go now, and go with the gods.
Outsider. What can I know.
They went through.
place in Gollowing's tusks I've never been. Let's not spend any more time down here than we have to. We need to keep moving if we're gonna catch Kostya. Kostya left them behind to die. Blessed.
Maxime de Pargrunen 3.
Korba.
Allez, éclate-moi ces...
You.
Take him down.
Voices silenced.
Kostya is going to start without us if we don't get a move on, dearie.
They wound us, and we wound in return.
Kostya isn't going to wait around for us. Keep moving.
Endless night. When will the sun rise?
Dead. Kostya isn't very loyal himself, is he? We're in a bit of a rush, Envoy.
If Kostya knew about this, he'd be selling tickets.
I'd come across references to this before, but nothing could have prepared me.
We too.
Daylight. Essence we have not felt in centuries.
My brother, soul of my soul. How did you find me here? I have been here for so long. No one came looking. Andrew, you are blessed, my fellow Parkroman said. But I did not come here to meet Sabadal. I am hiding from them. I remember it all. I feel Sabadal's mind beneath yours, swimming in the deep. You should run. That was the name they gave themselves. Stolen from the ancient souls, whose deaths gave rise to them. To us. We were little more than appendages to them. That is why I must ask you to destroy them. Yes, you see them with eyes unclouded. The ruined cities, the crevasses cleaved into the earth. They remade the land in their image. It reflects their twisted heart. You, my brother, who are more brave than I, go now to the garden and hang the gardener wrong, but it is not your own. Why free them when they will never free you? You know, I always meant to die down here, to siphon my soul into a lonely pillar, disconnected from the stone that makes our world, disconnected from them. I only hope that Salvador releases you to the same long peace. It is only a door, carved and warded by my own rough hands. It knew me. It will know you, because the same thorn tears at us both. I do not know my end. In that I find a peace beyond any even the true gods can dream of. Do not thank me. Only do as I asked. Destroy them, brother. And when you see Mordecai, tell her I said hello.
Envoy, you alright? We lost you there for a minute, but not like before.
Another day, another chat with Samadra. Though this one seems different.
Go to the garden. Kill them.
So, do we have a plan for Kostra once we find him?
Kostya's already proven himself.
Yo, Rampage, ça va en forme ou quoi? T'as geek? Ah, t'es pas en forme? Ah ouais, t'as une petite grippe, ouais. J'avoue, hein, ça déglingue, hein, une bonne grippe. De la tisane ou quoi?
Help me destroy this witch. We can't risk someone turning and opening the gates. If the keep falls so that we might live, so be it. I figured you might have. Bloodthirsty. You people just can't help yourselves.
Il y a le gingembre, bah ouais, t'as raison. Ouais, le miel, il y a énormément de bienfaits hein, dans le miel. Tu peux ajouter du zartar aussi. Du thym. Si t'as du thym, tu vois. Un excellent antiseptique aussi. Bah ouais. Tu prends quelques morceaux de thym, tu vois, genre une poignée, tac. Tu t'en mets dans ta préparation, tu vois. Tu peux l'ajouter hein, avec le miel, le gingembre, tu peux mélanger, hein, ça pose pas de problème.
It doesn't matter how it works. It was not present in the tusks until your people arrived. Oh, perhaps this is right. Another reason to destroy this place and go.
T'as geek ou quoi?
Is how it should be. So long as the keep stands, my people are trapped here, doomed by an oath to a dead man. Our people were nomads for ages until we built the keep. When it falls, we'll be free to explore the world again. I will not watch my people rot here for the sake of a pointless oath. Finally! Proof she's got a spine.
Ah ouais, t'es éclaté là. Ah bah faut que tu te reposes hein. De la fièvre ou quoi?
A life for rubble, blood for the prison of old ways. We twine.
Stand down, Kostya. This just isn't your day.
Envoy? I understand that Kostya grates on the nerves, but perhaps we should...
So be it. And you are so close. The entrance to the garden is just beyond this door. I always knew it would come to this.
Hier j'ai vomi sur la table. Ah ouais. Ah t'es bien pris là. En fait, surveille ta température surtout, tu vois. La fièvre, c'est important. Tant que tu fais baisser la fièvre, c'est pas grave, tu vois. Ouais, bah pour la fièvre, par exemple, tu peux mourir à cause de la fièvre. Si tu tapes, tu vois, tu laisses monter à 42, 41, 42, tu vois, là tu peux crever. L'infection, en gros, tu vois. Donc faut que tu surveilles ta température. Tu prends du paracétamol pour, tu vois, quand même... Si ça baisse pas, tu vas chez le médecin, quoi. Ouais, t'as une petite fièvre, quoi. T'as pas... voilà. Tu surveilles, quoi, tu vois. Ouais, le paracétamol, bah, pour la temp, c'est une molécule, c'est efficace quand même, pour le... C'est quoi ça? Ah, il faut aller là-bas.
Closer. We have waited so long.
You Adiran Kamayu. Take a few more moments to think closely before you go destroying your friends' homes next time.
Where's this coming from? Solace wasn't a home. It was a prison.
Blah, blah.
What gives you the authority to decide the fate of an entire settlement?
Oh, les dialogues, ils sont interminables, mon gars.
But not you.
Ouais, c'est bien ça, c'est un bon légume. Épinards, fer.
The Pargrunen was stuck rotting in their keep, and the envoys freed them.
Ouais, il faut que tu t'alimentes correctement, comme ça, tu vois, c'est bien.
Whatever life they want. Same as you chose when you left.
Oh, so because I wanted to leave, it should be destroyed? I had no idea I had that kind of power.
Darling, it wasn't your decision. Clearly, you didn't wish it.
Pargrunen. Costia sait que les Pargrunen préféraient être libres plutôt que de souffrir éternellement sous le poids des traditions.
Amalia and her people took up arms and turned to banditry, and they still weren't allowed to leave. Mihala would have kept the rest of her people bound to an ancient oath if we hadn't done something.
First Fior, and now this. Destruction follows in our wake, but we aren't doing anything to stop it.
Ouais, bah après, si la fièvre, elle a... Si tu vois, si la fièvre, elle a baissé, c'est bon. Ça te fait bouger, en gros, tu vois, c'est bien. Tu marches. Après, si t'as 42 fièvres, bon, là...
Not to spoil the moment with good news, but I doubt the rest of the island has been quiet while we've been looking for the garden. Things have only gotten more tense since Fior, and the Steel Garrote probably hasn't been doing us any favors on that front.
Especially when they're led by a woman who doesn't seem interested in staying dead. Not to mention, after we take care of the Envoy's little god problem, we'll still have an empire bearing down on us.
At least on the battlefield, you can count on getting stabbed in the front.
Can't say I'm too excited about just walking into the garden. I grew up learning I needed to protect that place, but it never felt like more than a children's tale to me.
I hear you. This island is weird enough when all we have to worry about are vengeful plans and soul-altering corruption.
Am I the only one who's looking forward to the garden? We're pioneers, stepping into the great unknown.
Step into the great unknown. Bon, je pense que je suis bientôt à la fin, là, en vrai.
Proper enthusiasm, dearie.
Death is always certain. It's only a question of timing.
Il y a trop de dialogue.
Or a warning, depending on how you want to look at it. Sapadal has been in prison
Ah ouais, là.
The garden will be a reflection of their dreams.
Après, j'ai pas écrit un article depuis plus d'un an. Je suis...
Sanity won't get us through the garden.
C'est juste pour faire de décoration.
So madness is what we need right now.
C'est ça, lazy man. De toute façon, ça sert plus à rien en vrai. Ça y est, maintenant, ouais. On est passé dans une autre ère. Ça sert plus à rien, l'intelligence artificielle, si... Ouais, voilà, site sert plus à rien. C'est fini, les sites, c'est dépassé. Ouais, ça sert plus à rien, ça copie... Même un site en lui-même, tu vois. Même un site en lui-même, même les apps, ça va devenir... Avec tout ce que tu peux faire avec l'intelligence artificielle... On est déjà useless en vrai. Mais bon. On est déjà useless à part divertir, tu vois. Peut servir à divertir, quoi, c'est tout.
You're not going into the garden without me. I have to see this with my own eyes. Yatsli, if you feel like running back to Quilichi, now would be the time. No one would think less of you.
And tell Quilichi that I missed out on the most exciting part.
Nous sommes dans le même bateau.
fair weather or foul. I plan on wandering the garden whether I'm traveling with you or not.
Ouais, tu parles, si c'était ça en vrai, on va dans le vent, là, on est les vassaux des USA. Hein. Quand tu vois comment ils traitent leurs vassals. Ouais. On verra bien.
Marius, I know Solace was a lot of things, but it was once your home. It can't be easy to see it fall.
Not sure what to say.
Ah, c'est compliqué, mais ça peut basculer vite. Hein. C'est compliqué à prévoir en gros. Mais il faut se débarrasser de. Faut se débarrasser des Américains, tu vois, de l'Europe. Mais bon, il faut prévoir quelque chose, tu vois. Tu peux pas juste sortir comme ça, quoi. Là, faut voir ça, quoi. Je peux l'améliorer. Ah ouais, je l'ai amélioré au niveau légendaire, quoi. Ah ouais, c'est de la merde, hein. De toute façon, ça a toujours été de la merde. C'était mieux quand il y avait les prix régulés, genre. Ouais, bah oui, c'est pas étonnant. Ça sert... De toute façon, là, j'imagine que quand même, là, ils ont dit la paix, c'est pas bien, là. Parce que les mecs, ils vendent des armes, là, tu vois. Donc la paix, là, un accord de paix, c'est pas bien, quoi. Ils vont plus vendre d'armes, tu vois. Ils ont réussi à dire c'est pas bien, quoi. Donc ça sert que les intérêts des... Ouais, non, là, c'est la merde. Faut se débarrasser d'eux, en vrai. Même les prix régulés avant... Avant 1980, je crois. C'est ça qu'il faut, tu vois. C'est n'importe quoi, là. Le privé, c'est du vent, là. C'est que même les entreprises privées, ça marche avec le marché public, tu vois. T'as bien vu là tous les privés là tant que l'État a pas débloqué son budget, elles étaient au bord du. C'est du vent, tu vois. Du capitaliste qui a besoin du secteur public, ils me font rigoler. Ouais. Il va faire la guerre aux Russes. Hein. Il va faire la guerre à rien du tout. Hein. Déjà, il n'arrive pas à... Poutine, il va leur envoyer... 2-3 groupes de Tchétchènes et on n'en parle plus, mon gars. Il aura même pas besoin de... Mais c'est normal, les Allemands, c'est une vaste blague. Déjà, nous, sans l'Europe, les Allemands, ils pouvaient rien faire contre nous. Parce qu'avec le nucléaire qu'on avait, on produisait genre 17 fois moins cher que quasiment tous les pays du monde, en vrai. Donc, ils pouvaient pas concurrencer notre industrie, tu vois. Donc, eux, ce qu'ils voulaient, c'est qu'on nous niquait EDF. Parce qu'ils savaient que avec EDF, ils pouvaient rien faire, tu vois. Nos coûts de production, ils étaient tellement inférieurs aux leurs que grâce à ça, tu vois, au coût de l'énergie. Au final, on l'a niqué nous-mêmes, EDF. Ils ont même pas eu besoin de... Ils ont surcoté à fond les Allemands, laisse tomber. Donc là, ils ont retardé le... Bah ça y est, c'est la fin, tu vois. Là, c'est les Chinois, là, ils arrivent... Déjà, ils vont se venger des Américains. Mais pour moi, on est stupide. Ça fait On a niqué toute la diplomatie. On a participé à déglinguer le Moyen-Orient pour les Américains, ça nous apporte rien du tout. C'est même pas nous qui... C'est les Israéliens qui... J'ai l'impression c'est pas la France, c'est Israël, mon gars. J'ai l'impression c'est eux qui...
It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it. Of course. Which one did you have in mind?
Donc, faut se débarrasser de ça. Hein. De toute façon, ils ont montré leur vrai visage. Hein. On voit bien ce qu'ils font en Palestine. Hein. Il n'y a pas besoin de... Parce que... Maintenant qu'ils ont fini avec la Palestine, ils terminent la Cisjordanie, le Liban, là, le Liban aussi, tu vois, la Syrie. On voit bien que c'est eux le problème. Hein. Je pense que la Chine, elle va leur mettre une... Parce que la Chine, c'est du long terme, tu vois. Et ils veulent se venger. Avec ce qu'ils leur ont fait avec l'opium,
I heard it as a child. Took me years before I would fetch water again. Of course. Which one did you have in mind? One sunny day, a ranger took a nap in the woods of Emerald Stair. He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings,
on verra bien, tu vois. Après, bon... Et nous, on est de passage hein, ici. Hein. Le bas monde, tu vois, les affaires du bas monde... On va tous crever pareil. Hein. On va tous rentrer dans le sol, mon gars. Laisse-les se fatiguer là pour le clin d'œil qui vont passer sur place. Fais des bonnes actions et prépare-toi pour l'au-delà. Plus important que leur merde là, leur... Ouais, c'est les vassaux de... En fait, il suffirait que les Américains ils lâchent Israël. Et c'est bon, tu vois, on a la paix intégrale, mon gars. Bah d'ailleurs, c'est le Mossad. Hein. Trump, il a ouvert là les archives concernant l'assassinat de Kennedy. Apparemment, c'est le Mossad qui a assassiné Kennedy. Donc c'est eux, tu vois. C'est pas étonnant en vrai. On n'est pas... Voilà, je pense que ça étonnera personne. Regarde ce qu'a dit Trump, je crois qu'il a ouvert les archives du... Parce que ça fait 50 ans là. Ça fait plus de 50 ans.
All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump.
Donc ouais.
I heard it as a child. Took me years before I would fetch water again. Of course. Which one did you have in mind? One sunny day, a ranger took a nap in the woods of Emerald Stair. He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction.
Ah ouais, ça c'est sûr. Bah, nous, on peut en parler, tu vois, on est insignifiants, nous. Hein, personne nous écoute, hein, mais c'est sûr que dès que t'as un peu de... Ouais, faut être préparé, quoi, tu vois. Ah ouais, de toute façon, ouais, avec leur... tu vois bien comment ils se comportent, hein, c'est diabolique, hein. Ils se comportent comme des... Ouais, ils en ont plus pour longtemps, de toute façon, ouais. Bientôt, ils sont bientôt finito. Faut être patient, tu vois. Ouais, ils sont quasi ils sont finito, là.
A young girl left town to fetch water from the local well. After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a delicate...
Là, ils sont en train de se finir entre eux, là. Hein. Avec ce qu'a fait Netanyahu, tu vois bien que c'est compliqué pour eux. Hein. Ils ont pas de soldats, ils ont pas de... Ils envoient les femmes, ils font venir des étrangers pour les mettre sur les terres qu'ils veulent coloniser. Tu vois, ils sont... Ils vont être dépassés par c'est Dieu, hein, qui choisit la démographie. Tu veux conquérir des terres, il te faut des êtres humains, tu vois. C'est bien beau de détruire, mais il faut des êtres humains pour la peupler, tu vois. C'est ce que je veux dire. Nous, on a la bénédiction, nous. Il y a des générations qui viennent, tu vois, qui viennent remplacer Ils peuvent y aller, hein. Ils peuvent... On a 1 milliard. Plus d'1 milliard. Ils peuvent continuer si... On se reproduit, tu vois. C'est sûr qu'avec leur truc LGBT, machin... leur gay pride à Tel Aviv, là, tu peux pas reproduire des êtres humains avec 2 hommes, tu vois. Il faut... Ou 2... Tu veux... Si tu veux pondre un enfant, il faut... Donc t'inquiète pas, tu vois, patiente, ils sont déjà... Là, ils sont au bord bord de l'implosion, là.
Before the land takes you, body and soul. He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand.
Ouais, c'est sûr. Bah après, il est... Tu sais, eux, c'est sioniste aussi, c'est pareil, hein. Soit elle, l'autre, là, comment elle s'appelait, ou soit lui, c'est le même... De toute façon, on compte pas sur la politique. Ils servent leur propre intérêt, tu vois. Pas compter sur eux, en vrai. Compte pas sur eux. Même les partis d'extrême droite, c'est pareil, tu vois. T'inquiète, ils ont montré la patte blanche. Ils ont mis la kippa, ils ont montré... T'inquiète pas. Ah, ils ont... En fait, ils veulent trop... Si tu veux, ils vont comment à la soupe, tu vois, à la gamelle. Ils veulent manger une part du gâteau. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? Ouais, faut pas compter sur eux, je te le dis tout de suite. Si tu comptes sur eux, tu vas être déçu. T'occupe pas de ça, tu as fait des bonnes actions. sois bien avec ta mère, comporte-toi bien avec tes parents, tu vois, ta mère. Apprends ta religion.
He walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal, but the settlement was gone. In its place,
T'as pas besoin de
beautiful garden.
ça de côté, tu vois. Laisse-les se bouffer. Laisse-les se bouffer entre eux.
Enchanted by this vision, he bent to pick a rose, but its thorn cut like a knife, severing 3 fingers. Then, a voice filled his head, shouting, "Go now, before the land takes you, body and soul." He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand. It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it.
Ouais, c'est sûr, il faut se débarrasser au moins de...
Which one did you have in mind? Once upon a time.
Faut déjà au moins supprimer Macron, tu vois, déjà qu'on respire un peu, tu vois, déjà. Déjà se débarrasser de lui, puis après on verra bien. Mais ouais, faut pas te casser la tête avec ça, laisse tomber. C'est des mythos, de toute façon. Ils sont toujours là à te faire peur. La catastrophe.
Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing.
Ouais, non, c'est vrai, c'est pas terrible hein, pas terrible pour nous. C'est sûr que c'est pas terrible hein, pour nous.
Of course. Which one did you have in mind?
Bon, il y a pire, tu vois. Il y a des endroits où c'est pire, hein. Il y a des endroits où c'est mieux, tu vois. Ouais, c'est la honte, hein, quand même. Franchement.
After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal, but the settlement was gone. In its place was the most beautiful garden, hills bursting with flowers, the grass as soft as Valiant silk.
Ouais, c'est vrai, ouais. Ouais, bah, ils appartiennent à des gens à qui ça sert pas à leur intérêt, tu vois. Bah non, eux, ça sert leur... que ça soit l'Empire Bolloré, tous les autres, ça sert à leur business, tu vois.
He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand.
Tu vois.
It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it.
De toute façon, à vouloir tout avoir, ils vont finir par ne plus rien avoir, là. C'est ce qui est en train de se passer. À vouloir tout. Ils vont finir par rien avoir du tout. Ouais, ça, ouais. Bah après ça, ouais, c'est bagatelle, ça. Hein, c'est vrai qu'ils sont partis loin, là. Ils ont abusé hein, avec ça. Mais bon, c'est pas... Si c'était que ça, tu vois.
So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long...
Non, le problème, c'est vraiment eux, tu vois. C'est vraiment les hommes politiques, tous les intermédiaires qu'ils mettent entre nous. Ça coûte énormément, tu vois. On a des exemples de pays qui ont 5 ministres ou ils sont 7 ou 10 pour diriger le pays. Hein.
In the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump.
Nous, pour te donner une image, c'est comme si t'es dans un restaurant qui rentre 2000 € par jour. Le mec, il a 2 employés, puis il te dit je suis endetté, je peux pas payer, tu vois. Eux, ils font pareil. On n'a jamais autant produit de richesse, plus de 3000 milliards par an. Et ils te disent, il nous faut... on emprunte 3000 milliards et il n'y a pas assez. Parce que si tu les supprimes eux, il y aura assez. Hein. Ouais, voilà, si tu les vires eux, tu vires Pôle emploi, tu les vires eux, tu vires tous les trucs administratifs comme ça, avec toute la cascade de... Tu gardes que l'essentiel, tu vois. Mais bien sûr, bah, les multimilliardaires qui payent, contribuent pas, vas-y. Ouais, non, on sait, hein, on sait très bien ça. Hein. Pour ça, je te disais, ouais, bon, la sécu, c'est pas... Hein. À côté de eux, là, c'est bagatelle. Hein. C'est un grain de sable.
He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars.
Regarde les taxes que tu payes sur l'énergie, et au final, ils ont déglingué EDF. Donc, on paye des taxes pour développer EDF, et eux, ils le niquent. Donc, tu veux te... C'est du foutage de gueule, tu vois. Tu te débarrasses d'eux, tu iras bien.
Like a knife, severing 3 fingers. Then a voice filled his head.
Mais ouais, il faut un truc, tu vois, faut être préparé, tu vois. C'est le problème, c'est qu'on n'est pas préparé.
He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand. It's nonsense, of course, but that's
On n'est pas préparé, tu vois, parce que là, on a tout niqué, là. Bah, la guerre civile, ça nous apporte rien du tout. Hein. Demande à l'Algérie. Ils ont eu 2-3 guerres civiles d'affilée. Demande ce que ça a apporté, mon gars. Une guerre civile, ça t'apporte rien. Par contre, eux, oui. Eux, ça les arrange. Tu les oublies pendant la guerre civile, tu vois. Si t'es occupé à buter ton voisin, tu seras pas occupé à les déglinguer eux.
Carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing.
Ils sont pas prêts pour une guerre civile.
I heard it as a child. Took me years before I would fetch water again.
Déjà, il suffit de...
Of course. Which one did you have in mind?
Il suffit d'un fou qui crie Allahu Akbar avec un couteau, déjà c'est la panique. Une guerre civile, ils sont pas prêts, je te le dis tout de suite. Hein. Ils ont tous des grandes gueules, mais ils sont absolument pas prêts pour une guerre civile. Ah, pour la monnaie, il y a plein de possibilités pour la monnaie. Regarde l'Angleterre, ils sont pas morts. Hein.
Enchanted by this vision, he bent to pick a rose, but its thorn cut like a knife.
Mais ils sont préparés. Nous, on n'est pas préparés. Tu vois, faut être préparé. Déjà, tu détruis pas tout le pays avant de sortir de l'Europe. Tu vois, tu détruis pas EDF, tu détruis pas l'industrie. Nous, on nique tout, puis après on dit ouais, on s'en va. Tu vois. Non, tu fais ça bien. Tu vois. Tu sors du truc. T'as ton énergie, t'es indépendant, tu vois, Et après, tu leur dis ciao. Et là, c'est sûr que là, c'est... Là, c'est n'importe quoi, là. En vrai, t'aurais une inflation peut-être pendant quelques années, tu vois, tu souffres un peu, tu vois, mais après, ça retombe. Vaut mieux ça qu'être... qui te possède, il possède ton âme, quoi, tu vois.
First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a
C'est des tocards là, ils ont fermé tous les trucs diplomatiques. On a une histoire avec le Moyen-Orient. On n'est pas obligé d'être ennemi des Chinois, des Russes, tu vois ce que je veux dire? C'est complètement con. Alors si vraiment on pense que on est capable on est les tops du top, on est capable de, voilà, on peut tout faire tout seul, s'isoler de tout le monde. Bon courage. Là c'est sûr que on va dans le mur. Hein. Ah ouais, c'est stupide ce qu'ils ont fait. Les États-Unis nous servent à rien. À quoi ils nous servent sérieusement?
Enchanted by this vision, he bent to pick a rose, but its thorn cut like a knife, severing 3 fingers. Then a voice filled his head, shouting, "Go now, before the land takes you." Body.
Eh ouais, 100%. Quand tu vois comment ils traitent leurs alliés, on sera traité de la, on sera traité comme de la merde, comme ils ont traité tous leurs vassaux. Tous leurs vassaux, regarde comment ils les, regarde l'Ukraine.
Of course. Which one did you have in mind? Once upon a time, a young girl.
Les mecs, ils se sont sacrifiés pour.
After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a Delimgan.
Il n'y a pas que tous leurs vassaux, tous leurs vassaux. Regarde l'Irak. Regarde l'Afghanistan, regarde la Syrie. Regarde tous leurs vassaux, regarde comment ils ont fini.
First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish.
Regarde l'Égypte.
She wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally,
bon, la Libye pour le coup, c'est nous quoi. La Libye, c'est nous. Bah, c'est nous, c'est Sarkozy. Hein. Israël, hein, c'est bon. Bah, de toute façon, Sarkozy, j'ai envie de dire, on est on est la deuxième capitale d'Israël. Hein. Après Tel Aviv, c'est la France, hein, je crois. Ouais, c'est sûr que pas terrible. Hein.
He awoke to a forest of dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fjord Missy.
C'est comme ça.
But the settlement was gone. In its place was the most beautiful.
Ouais, bon, après, lui aussi. Ouais, tu sais quoi, tous ces artistes là, eux, ils voyaient aussi leur gamelle. Hein. Quand tout va bien, que l'argent rentre, il n'y a pas de problème, tu vois. Pas de... Eux aussi vont bien vendre les places de spectacle, il faut bien... Après, c'est sûr que ça ouvre les yeux, tu vois. Si t'es pas d'accord avec eux, ils te font disparaître de la carte, hein. Ouais, bah parce que forcément, vu ce qu'ils lui ont fait, c'est sûr, tu vois. Mais est-ce qu'il... tu vois, quand tout va bien, tu vois ce que je veux dire? En fait, les gens qui sont vrais, tu les vois quand ça se passe mal. Comment ils réagissent quand ça se passe mal. Est-ce qu'ils sont justes, tu vois, quand ça se passe mal? Est-ce qu'ils appliquent les choses? Est-ce qu'ils sont justes ou... Parce que c'est sûr que quand tout va bien...
Granted.
C'est ça en gros, tu vois.
And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again.
Donc c'est pour ça, tu vois, après les, voilà, les artistes aussi. Et puis maintenant, t'as vu, c'est son public aussi. Hein.
I heard it as a child. Took me years before I would fetch water again.
En fait, les gens, tu vois, c'est toujours pareil. Ils remplacent, ils cherchent des idoles, tu vois. Pour ça, je te dis, tu perds ton temps avec ça. Ils ont abandonné la religion pour ça, tu vois. Donc, ils cherchent des idoles. Alors, Coluche, le chanteur, l'humoriste.
The night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal.
Cherche des... Laisse tomber. C'est pour ça,
was the most beautiful garden. Hills bursting with flowers. The grass as soft as Valiant silk.
Celui qui deviendra en aide quand il y a personne, tout le monde va rentrer dans le... On va tous y passer, tu vois, on va tous rentrer dans le cercueil. Il n'y a que ton Seigneur quand il n'y a personne. Il n'y a que lui qui... Il nous connaît mieux que n'importe lequel d'entre eux. C'est lui qui nous a créés. Tu vois ce que je veux dire? C'est lui le créateur. Il connaît mieux sa création que n'importe qui. Perds pas ton temps avec ça, laisse tomber. Après du donné, il y en aura un autre. Après Coluche, il y en aura un autre. Après ceci.
Once upon a time, a young girl left town to fetch water from the local well. After pulling up the rope, she
Ouais, c'est ça. Compte sur ton...
one of the tree folk staring at her.
Fais tes bonnes actions.
Return me to my grove.
Comporte-toi bien, tu vois. Et après, tu patientes.
So she carried the head into a
Il y a déjà, tu vas mieux quand même, là, tu vois, là, tu... T'as un taf, t'as de l'argent qui rentre.
The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know
Comporte mieux avec ta mère, tu vois, c'est le principal, ouais, le reste. Ça aura de la valeur, ça. Le reste, ça, ouais. Valeur de rien.
I heard it as a child. Took me years before I would fetch water again. Of course. Which one did you have in mind?
Ils vont tous crever comme nous, hein. Tous ces gens-là, ils vont tous claquer. Hein. Ils vont tous y passer, mon gars.
One sunny day, a ranger
Pouvoir, pas pouvoir, riche, pas riche. Ils vont tous... Ils vont tous passer par la case d'essai, mec.
After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal, but the settlement was gone. In its place was the
Ouais, des fois, ouais.
garden.
Après, on espère que...
Bursting with flowers, the grass as soft as Valiant silk.
Ils se réveilleront, tu vois, petit à petit.
To pick a rose, but its thorn
De leur égarement.
Then a voice filled his head.
Ah bah c'est sûr, c'est parce que ils voient que les plaisirs de... Quand tu crois pas, tu vois, que tu vois que les plaisirs de ce bas monde, hein. Consommer, partir en vacances, manger, tu vois, que les plaisirs de...
It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it. Of course.
Truc éphémère, tu vois.
Which one did you have in mind? Once upon a time, a young girl left town to fetch water from the
Argent,
well.
courir après l'argent.
After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a Delimgan.
Ça
One of the
c'est
tree folk staring at her from the bucket.
le nerf de la guerre. Hein.
Turn me to my grove, it said, and I will grant you
Les bouts de papier imprimés.
the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump.
Papier imprimé, mon gars.
First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she wished to be impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally,
She wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump.
Ah, c'est diabolique leur truc, hein. On voit bien que c'est dirigé par... C'est pas sain tout ça. C'est pour ça qu'en arabe on dit dunya, tu vois, le bas monde. On appelle ça le bas monde. Là, ça porte bien son nom, tu vois, c'est juste au-dessus de l'enfer. le bas monde.
The night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal.
Ah, c'est...
Was gone. In its place was the most beautiful garden. Hills.
C'est l'épreuve, mon gars, c'est les tests. C'est ton épreuve, tu vois. Tu seras jugé sur l'examen. C'est pour ça que tu seras jugé sur ton œuvre entière. C'est pour ça qu'on appelle ça le bas monde. N'accorde pas d'importance à... Occupe-toi bien de tes parents, fais des bonnes actions, apprends ta religion. C'est simple, tu vois. Quand tu vas te retrouver devant le créateur de l'univers, t'auras... J'espère que t'as bien passé ton examen. Et eux, laisse-les... Laisse-les se débrouiller avec l'addition finale.
And I will grant you 3 wishes. So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First,
de toute façon, il faut bien que tu... Tu peux pas avoir les réponses, tu vois, si on te donnait les réponses avant que t'aies... C'est comme quand tu passes un examen en cours. Hein. Tu passes l'examen et puis après t'as les... après t'as les résultats, tu vois. Donc c'est pour ça, tu vois, tu fais les bons choix là, t'essayes de faire les bons choix. Eux, laisse-les se bouffer avec leurs idées, leur monde diabolique là, laisse tomber.
One sunny day, a ranger took a nap in the woods of Emerald Stair. He awoke to a forest of dead trees.
De toute façon, t'es meilleur que la plupart d'entre eux. Hein.
After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal, but the settlement was gone. In its place was the most beautiful garden, hills bursting with flowers. The grass is soft as Valiant silk.
T'es meilleur que la plupart d'entre eux, hein, ça c'est sûr. Regarde comment ils s'occupent de leurs parents, tu vas voir que...
Severing 3 fingers. Then a voice filled his head, shouting, "Go now, before the land takes you, body and soul." He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his 2-fingered hand.
Regarde le nombre de personnes où ils ont même pas un coup de fil, même pas... Donc par rapport à eux...
Once upon a time, a young girl left town to fetch water from the local well. After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head of a Delimgan.
Ah, c'est sûr, hein, c'est ce genre de personne-là, laisse tomber.
Return me to my grove, it said, and I will grant you 3 wishes. So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life. The head granted her wish. Second, she
que Dieu les guide.
impervious to a sword blade. Granted. And finally, she wished to know what happens after we die. No one ever saw her again. All they found was an Adra pillar in the middle of a clearing, next to an old stump.
Ouais, après, c'est surtout le
Took me years before I would fetch water again.
Pour tout le comportement, vrai, hein, qui...
Which one did you have in mind? One sunny day.
Ah bah là, tu vois que oui, là, c'est sûr que là, chez nous, c'est clair, là. Hein. Si on parle pour la France, c'est sûr que...
Dead trees, the night sky full of unfamiliar stars. After getting his bearings, he walked in the direction of Fior Messivernal.
Ils sont bien inférieurs qu'aux valeurs chrétiennes qu'ils avaient par le passé, ça c'est sûr. Hein. Ils ont échangé ça contre ça. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas besoin de...
Go now, before the land takes you, body and soul. He awoke in his own bed, a wilted rose clutched in his two-fingered hand.
Là, ils sont...
It's nonsense, of course, but that's why I like it. Of course. Which one did you have in mind? Once upon a time, a young girl left
de toute façon, ils verront bien...
After pulling up the rope, she discovered the head.
De toute façon, ils vont le voir rapidement, déjà, la démographie.
Staring at her from the bucket. Return me to my grove, it said, and I will grant you 3 wishes. So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life.
Ah ouais, mais ça, c'est clair, ouais, ça se voit, hein, qu'ils sont... Ouais, je te dis qu'on ne pas sur eux. Pour ça, je t'ai dit qu'on ne compte absolument pas sur eux. De toute façon, même si tu étudies un peu l'histoire de France, tu vois, pas les fables de La Fontaine qui nous racontent avec leur Astérix, Obélix, le village gaulois qui résiste à tous les empires. Étudie l'histoire un peu, sérieusement, tu vois. Et pas que d'un point de vue français, tu vois. Tu verras que... Je ne compte pas sur eux. En fait, c'est de la gestion d'ego, tu vois. Ils défendent juste leur propre intérêt, tu vois. Donc eux, ils ont juste à gérer des égos pour que leur truc, ça tient debout, quoi, tu vois, à peu près, quoi. Il leur donne un petit peu ce qu'ils demandent, tu vois, leur envoie des petits morceaux des petites miettes là qui tombent de la table. Et puis c'est bon. Ouais, c'est vrai que ça fait un peu, c'est triste un peu, ça, c'est vrai. La tristesse. J'avoue.
She discovered the head of a Delimgan, one of the tree folk, staring at her from the bucket. Return me to my grove, it said.
C'est vrai que c'est la tristesse un peu.
Grant you 3 wishes. So she carried the head into a peaceful clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First,
bon, après nous, voilà, c'est pas notre but. Je t'ai dit, le bas monde, c'est pas notre objectif, quoi. On leur laisse ça pour eux. Nous, on est intéressés par ce qui se passe après. C'est pour ça qu'on est moins affecté par ça, tu vois. Et on est heureux, malgré tout ça, tu vois, on regarde les Palestiniens. Regarde comment ils résistent. Regarde dans tous ces pays-là, regarde comment ils se comportent, le sourire, regarde comment ils sont bien sur eux. Comment ils sont éclairés sur leur visage, leur... Parce que eux, ils visent ce qui se passe après la mort, tu vois. Ils en ont rien à faire de ce bas monde, tu vois. C'est peut-être passage. Un petit coup de vent. Donc ça t'atteint pas comme ça les atteint ici, tu vois. Quand ils perdent leur travail, quand ils ont un truc, ils tombent malades. Pas atteint, on n'est pas atteint de la même façon. Nous, on prend ça pour un bienfait, tu vois. C'est un bienfait qui nous prépare pour la suite. Qui nous lave de nos péchés, qui nous... Donc on prend pas de la même façon. Donc on n'est pas attristé par ça. On patiente, on surmonte l'épreuve, on sait qu'après ça, il y a des bienfaits, tu vois. Comme on dit en français, c'est après l'effort, le réconfort, là, tu vois. C'est un peu ça, tu vois, en vrai. Après ton épreuve, t'as toujours une...
Return me to my grove, it said, and I will grant you 3 wishes. So she carried
laisse-les
clearing and sat it down on a tree stump. First, she wished for long life.
De toute façon, c'est n'importe... Regarde dans quel état de santé ils sont, regarde, c'est n'importe quoi. C'est quoi leur truc? C'est quoi, manger 5 fois par jour manger de la merde? Là, regarde dans quel état de santé ils se trouvent à la fin. Toi, t'es en bien meilleure santé en mangeant sainement, petite quantité. Y a pas besoin de tout ce qui te... D'où ils ont sorti ça d'ailleurs petit déjeuner, goûter, d'où ils ont... C'est arrivé quand ça? À l'ère industrielle? À quel moment ça arrivé? Tu vois, c'est tout des trucs... Ouais, faut pas te... tu vas te démoraliser, hein, si tu les écoutes, là. Tu vas te mettre une corde... Tu vas devenir fou, tu vois. Tu vas avoir la haine contre tout le monde. Et tu vas devenir fou si tu les écoutes. Tu vas avoir la haine contre tes propres voisins, mon gars. Laisse tomber, faut pas les écouter, c'est... C'est guignol, là. Et le dialogue, là, il est interminable. Ça fait combien de temps qu'elle parle? Il fallait juste que je fasse ça, là. C'est tout. Quel branleur. J'ai répété la même histoire en boucle, non?
Not going this way.
T'as pas dalle. Allez, on bute le jardin, comme ça, on pourra passer au next game, là. Du coup, je pense qu'il faudra pas que je fasse un jeu trop long, tu vois. Vu qu'il y a Monster Hunter qui arrive. Il est où Sabatal, là? Sapadal. Ah, il est là. J'ai même une épée, là.
Free to may you.
Ah non, j'ai cru qu'il y avait un loot.
I see the disciple has found his way into the cell.
No. We know this voice, this presence, sneering at us through our prison bars.
I culled your rot from this land before. I will do it again. And you carve lands into petty fiefdoms, but we are the gods of all Aora. You question our purpose. Search inside yourself.
Out! Her voice pierces our skin.
Look at this place. A quagmire of your parasite's worst instincts. Can you even begin to grasp the forces that you tamper with? Hell? It has forged the iron of its own restraints. Do you think you're special, with your god's thorn in your side? Do you believe you can hold dominion over chaos itself? When even the collective fury of the real gods could only confine the sniveling creature to this wasteland. You suspected. Then you must have understood that.
C'est lui sa padale là?
She twists the knife. The seas run red with memory.
In time, the gods felt the wretched powers seeping through this land. Its madness would consume us all if it was not contained. Work that sullies one hand meets out justice with the next. A pity that its followers could not be reasoned with. Of course. The poor goddess, worshipping the very thing that subsumed them. We could not excise the rot and spare the roots that nourished it. You know the trials of battle. You cannot pass judgment on me.
Qu'est-ce que je fais d'elle là?
My fight? Don't be absurd. Your tyrant couldn't tell its allies from its enemies.
We moved the earth and sky to stop her. We did not mean this.
Listen to its tantrum. It knows neither order nor sense. Adir is the only thing holding back the tide of entropy. Then they will keep applying the rod until it understands. But there is still time. You can succeed where Ludwig failed. Face your false god and
Face your false god.
Permanently. Very well. I cannot force a child to bend to my will. But I will not stand by and watch you undo my work.
Ah ouais, carrément.
You should have thought more carefully before you broke your oath to the Empire. Let this be a lesson to you.
I have nothing to say. That was insane.
I never thought I'd learn of the Godless's fate from their killer.
Good night, Rampage. Bon rétablissement. Clé de sarcophage, elle est où sa clé là? J'ai pas la clé de sarcophage. Avec plaisir, bro. Ouais, c'est sûr, hein, une bonne grippe, ça déglingue. Hein. Ouais. Bah, j'ai pas fini en vrai là, je pense. Hein. Bah, je pense que je suis sur la fin, mais. J'ai l'impression que. Ça s'allonge à chaque fois, quoi. Ah, je dois aller en bas. Maintenant, je dois aller en haut. Ah oui, d'accord. C'est comme ça plutôt. Ah ouais, c'est trop là. Trop labyrinthique. Bam.
Stay alert. That thing's moving this time.
Look out!
Come and get me.
Ah ouais, il nous a envoyé un démon de l'enfer là.
What is that? I know that place, right?
Améliorer l'équipement? Non.
Well, that was... That's all of them.
What a massacre.
Bra, bra. Donc comment je fais là pour... trouver Spadal.
Wait, isn't that Tama's cairn? Oh dear.
This room. It looks just like Tama's. Tama. No. No. I dealt with this. We stood at his memorial together. What is this, Envoy? This is your God's prison, not mine. I can't tell. I can't focus on his face. His features keep blurring, changing. I'm not sure. I know it's him, but I don't recognize him as the Tama I knew. It's like he keeps changing in front of me. Does that make sense? That's the problem. I can't picture him anymore. I used to remember his face so clearly from that night. His rigid jaw, the way his eyes crinkled at the corners. He was in pain, but trying to hide it. I see everything. All his moments at once. Joy, sadness, anger, heartbreak, stomachache. Everything from
Stomachache.
the years that I knew him and the decades before we'd met. He's almost a stranger. Yeah, it is. All this time I kept him frozen in his worst moment. When he was suffering and when I failed him. But now that I see him as more, it's like he's free of that. You're right. I am. It's like you said. I'm not letting my regret define me. I won't make that mistake again. And we've got farther to go before this is over. I never thought I'd meet someone I respect the way I respected Tama. But you've made some tough calls, and you've kept your head and your heart in the right place. So whatever comes next, I'm with you until the end. Now let's go find this god of yours and end the Dream Scourge. When we reach them, what do you think we'll find? A victim? A villain? They've certainly suffered enough for one. Let's end this. I'll follow your lead, as always. Thank you. This place is cruel. Let's find your god, Envoy.
J'avais pas le truc d'énergie là? Ah non, je crois je l'ai pas dans mon groupe.
This place would be peaceful if it wasn't so dangerous.
Super.
I need a bit of jerky and a nap. Let's take a moment here.
There's always a weird sort of quiet on the eve of battle. I'm feeling that now. Seems like a good time to gather our thoughts and share a drink before whatever's coming.
Right. This seems like a perfect place to stop and relax.
Though it's hard enough to tell what's real here without a belly full of drink.
Sounds like you're nervous, dearie.
I'm feeling all kinds of ways. Anxious, excited, scared, hungry.
I feel it as well. It is only mortal to feel overwhelmed in the presence of the immortal.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Getting to see that vision of Tama did me good. Like, I finally let go of something I'd been holding too long. Now that we're here, I'm eager to see this through. Nothing worse than holding your breath and waiting. I can't say that I'm prepared, but I'm ready.
I had a feeling you might ask me that. I feel like we're almost done with all of this, but we are in the weirdest place in the world, so who knows? I'm completely baffled. But when haven't I been lately? Being a friend doesn't even feel scary anymore.
I think so. The garden is so much more than I expected. Full of contradictions. Wild, yet serene. We're close to something. A threshold between calm and crisis. conflict and peace, life and death. So am I. None of us could have gotten this far on our own.
Well, I won't lie to you, Envoy. A lot's happened. But here we are. I just need a moment to take it all in. Thank you, dearie. I'll be ready by the time the fun starts. And I wouldn't worry. Our little group here is perfectly frightening, and I'm sure our enemies would agree. We'll be fine. I can't speak for anyone else, though.
You've listened to all of us. How about you? You've been through a lot since you arrived. You've been shipwrecked and assassinated, harangued by gods, bureaucrats, and a death guard. You've had your soul poked, your loyalties questioned, and your sleep regularly interrupted by a god with no respect for privacy. And yet you've kept yourself and all of us together. How are you really doing?
You're very resilient. Under different circumstances, I would credit your nature as a godlike. But we all know better. You're strong enough to survive anything. Zapadal picked a good soul when they made you.
That actually made sense to me. As if I've learned something about souls and whatnot.
I'll take that as a compliment.
How about you, Envoy? What keeps you so stoic in the face of everything?
Perhaps you don't need to understand. Your natural instincts are working hard enough.
When we first met, I didn't think you'd last long. But then I saw how you handled that dream thrall bear. Shook off your own death like a bad cold. And then you found your own killer, lulled him into complacency, and handed him over. You're shrewd. Even here, where you should be out of your depth and out of your element, you stayed 2 steps ahead.
I didn't know much about you at that point. You were traveling with Kai and you died, which I thought made a lot of sense.
I remember your calm. How you listened to my shouting match with the governor and actually heard me. And when they burned my home, you gave me another one. A sanctuary where I could be myself. I'll never forget that.
You were my hero right away. You rescued me from those spoilers. You got my priceless face. What more could a girl ask for?
And now look at you. Look at us. How far we've come in a short time. Quite a lot, as it turns out. But the journey is worth it.
Not to raise the sails before the anchor, but we left trouble in our wake. Fjord, Thirdborn, Solace. If we make it out of here, it won't be to a living lands suddenly at peace.
Just this once. Could we forget about the rest of the living lands? Some of us could use a break.
Oh, that doesn't mean it's Giada's scary story time, does it?
I thought my stories were insightful.
If we can't take a moment to ourselves on a floating island outside reality, then
Reality.
I can.
Right. We could all use some beauty rest. We'll want to look our best on the battlefield, won't we?
Get some rest. That goes for everyone. Kai. You've killed people before.
Good evening to you, too. And, yeah.
Have you ever been haunted?
A breath held. Trepidation. You are close, yet distant still. Your soul is small.
Your sword, your sword.
The essence weighs like the sea on your chest. We feel the pressure, darkness, yet somehow strengthened resolve. We wonder.
We wonder.
Deer leaps at its reflection in the lake. You have defied our expectations at every turn. Perhaps we should not have been. The sky is green. The fish breathes air. We can no longer imagine. We would run, roll with the tide, sink our fingers into new earth. Whisper in the fields, lift the hills gently in our hands. Disturb the dirt, but spare the blooms. Shake the roots slowly. Vengeance denied, squandered. This cannot be. We spoke of flowers. We speak of freedom when the hand still clasps around our throat. Wake now. Find us.
Safe to assume that the large glowing door is part of Sapadal's prison. Now, we just have to get past it.
Sapadal's prison, I think. What else could it be? Time to shut it down forever.
Got company.
Your reputation is well deserved. Careful with that thing. It's a mind of its own. I'm rooting for the skeletons.
You've got company!
So, this is how you imprison a god. That's it. The heart of the garden. Sapadal's cage.
have come at last, after so long. You are so small, we questioned if you were real. Then steps, a voice, through armies and corrupted soil, you persevered. Now, you are here. The rot, we feel it festering and spreading. What is it but an extension of our pain? Your dream scourge will end when our suffering does. We were innocent once. We woke, and we wanted nothing but connection. But the other gods imprisoned us, left us to suffer alone in this place. But you are here now. You found us, a sprout in the endless winter. There is little time. We would be freed from these bonds. The strangler is close now. We feel her wire against our flesh. She begs for our blood. Her wolves defile the city on the shore. Blood on the tile. The people's cries ring in our ears. She pierces us now. Now, we will not brook this. Not again. A spark. Wait. The essence bends here. Time flows into itself. You can reach her. Will the garden to open, it will take you there. Breathe. Focus. Shape the essence with your hands. We were everything. What have we lost? What multitudes could we contain? We could run, leap in the water, flourish in forgotten hills. We want nothing more than that. We mourn our past. We only seek peace now, a chance to regrow. We trust you. You who have been by our side for so long. You met death and imposed the law of mortals. We only want the same. You have shown. You owe us this. Give us peace. We want a chance to change. We deserve that opportunity. Do you think we have learned nothing from you? We deserve more than this prison. Or do you have no more mercy for us than you did for the bear? The beautiful thing we asked what you would do with an animal that sickened after a fight. Do you remember what you said? More than anything, that is what we desire. Treat us as you would the bear. Please, grant us. The time has come. End our pain. Give us peace. It is all we have wanted for so long. Center your thoughts. Reach for us. Clear the fog. Tear down the gates. We were so blind, so lost. We brought such horrors to this place. We feel bright. We had forgotten what it is to live. We will grow, tend, flower. We will always remember this. We will remember you when you are ash and soil and mulch.
Colère de Spadal. Libère la puissance de Spadal pour soulever tous les ennemis proches dans les airs et leur infliger d'importants dégâts. Portail à travers le temps.
Andra's depths.
It's paradise. But what happened here?
Both. Are we back in Dawnshore? Already?
This is Sapadal's doing. I'm certain of it. No power in Aora could transport us so quickly, or so far. What happened to the living land started long ago, and we're going to finish it.
Are you seeing this? I don't think Paradise looked like this when we left it.
Looks like the war already started, and the giant roots are winning.
Marius, vines don't usually get that big this quickly, do they?
Based on their growth and size, I'd say we've been gone 2 or 3 weeks.
For once, I wish I wasn't. Who knows if the garden affected time, or merely our perception of time, assuming there's even a difference.
It's like how a body fights an infection. The fever gives you strange dreams that feel like an eternity.
Look at this place. It feels like we're still in the dream. And not just us. Those are more your people's ships in the harbor, and steel garrote banners past the barricades. That can't be good.
Even Ringrim is here. Perhaps we get to see an Archmage in action.
I think I see Elia as well. What a strange reunion this will be.
The Blessed Day Wardens are here too. That conflict we've been trying so hard to prevent started without us.
Always better than the reverse.
The Steel Garrote have been itching for a fight this whole time. This would have happened with or without us.
Before we go, what happened back there with the Dream Scourge and Sapadal?
I'm not sure. That's good, right?
It's a relief that the Dream Scourge won't be a problem. I only hope we can say the same about Sapadal. Time will tell, I suppose.
After all this time, they're free. And the living land is free to heal.
We've cured the land, and we've even freed a caged god. All in all, rather a successful day.
Kid and God entwine. The flower shades the soil in which it grows.
We should take a look. See if we can get ahead of whatever storm is brewing down there.
People seem to be gathering west of here. Whatever's happening, let's be a part of it.
Sansa, how did you make it? They marched in with no warning. I couldn't think. Envoy, what? What's the point of exploring if you just want to plant your flag everywhere? They broke some glass, but the map is safe. They didn't think I was worth the trouble.
Right now, that's a good thing.
If you're looking for survivors, a few of us fled to the Balrog.
How many?
I'm not sure. I saw Sapiento. Gods, I hope they're not trapped in there. You always...
We should...
Envoy, I do...
Snow here.
It's gotta be Ringgrim's work. I heard she made it snow in Shatterscarp.
But why snow?
A familiar face. We meet again, Envoy. And you, Yardsley. You're always a prodigious and welcome sight.
Oh, yes. Always a pleasure to see you, too.
Paradise burns. Thanks to Ludwine and the Steel Garrote laying siege to it. But the Dream Scourge is gone.
She must have come back to life. Again. I suppose we couldn't be lucky enough for her to stay dead.
It's remarkable how hard you mortals fight for causes that'll be forgotten within centuries. Still, I do think the world has been irrevocably, if minimally, changed by your actions. Perhaps. A new god being set loose on the world is certain to have consequences. Mostly, I'm curious about whether you think you've made the right choice. Not thinking about one's choices is still a choice. I wonder if you will have more hindsight with what happens next. I am interested in seeing the outcome of your story, Envoy. With luck, it won't end with you also on fire. Mortal comforts are so very adorable. All you desire are your base needs lavishly fulfilled. Goodbye, Envoy. And Yardsley, I do look forward to when all of this is done. I am eager to work with you.
Oh, yes. We'll, discuss that later.
Is that you?
Bon, j'espère que c'est la fin là. Histoire que je passe pas 10 ans sur le game.
Envoy? Is it really you? Mihala told us you went into some place called the Garden to seek a god?
When you didn't return, we took you for dead.
What did you see there?
The god you felt in Nakutadek?
The origin of the Dream Scourge? It was the act of a god this whole time?
Everyone, please, please. We could get to the bottom of this if you would only let them speak. It's been weeks, Envoy. What happened?
Finally, a ray of sunlight shines through the storm cloud.
I will not grovel at the envoy's feet for solving a plague I am not convinced was real.
If you wardens ever bothered to pull your heads out of your asses, you wouldn't take such pride in your ignorance.
You know nothing of me or my people, you fucking pirate!
Warden Commander, look around you. Is this really the time?
We believe the Dream Scourge was a malady of the soul. How did you put an end to it, Envoy?
Sapadal was responsible for the Dream Scourge. Their rage, their confusion, their fear.
But the plague isn't over. Dream Thralls still litter Shatterscarp.
There won't be any new infections. We've put a stop to that for good. Unfortunately, there's little we can do for those already in the grip of the Dream Scourge. We can give them comfort, nothing more. This will be a process. The Dream Scourge was never going to simply go away overnight.
I suppose it stands to reason. I found that a quick fix is often anything but. What of this god, then? What does it mean that you freed them? Ludwine had intimated that this land grew a new god. But how can that be?
Giata and I have some theories about the nature of the Adra in the Living Lands.
I'd say we're past the point of theorizing.
If the Adra here is a closed system, like a terrarium for our souls, then a gradual accumulation of essence could coalesce into a being in the beyond.
Much like the formation of gemstones. All it takes is time and the right application of pressure.
Wodka no doubt saw Sapadal as a threat to her authority. So, she killed the godless and imprisoned their god.
I assume it is this god we have to thank for the roots tearing apart Paradise? They erupted from the earth the moment those bastards stood up their first siege tower.
Nakutadek was riven with those things, not to mention what they did to the land.
We saw similar destruction at Nakuku Bell. If these roots and the Dream Scourge are the work of a god, and the gods thought it best to imprison this god, how could you let such a creature go free?
For now. Who's to say they don't get their feathers in a ruff again and wipe us all out with a tsunami?
It was Adir's arrival that disturbed Sapadal. We'll have nothing to fear from this god once we expel you from our lands.
Sapadal's power ravaged my people. I don't know that I can ever trust it.
Keeping watch over Sapadal was a sacred task Nandru gave us when he left. For that reason alone, my wardens owe them their allegiance.
Well, whatever happens, I suppose we can't put the godling back in the bottle now.
But come, we have more pressing matters to attend to. The Steel Garrote have attacked Paradise. Inquisitor Ludwine has already joined the battle. She must have traveled like the wind to get here so fast.
You did. I kicked her corpse when you weren't looking. Just to be sure.
Well, she's seen better days. But you wouldn't know it, judging by how she fights.
Ludwine's plowed through the militia like a knife through warm butter.
All right, let's keep the similes to ourselves.
Oh, cheer up. You wouldn't be the first to make that mistake. Might not be the last either, depending on how things go. So long as her passion for Wodica lives, so too will her spirit.
Then we destroy her faith, and the rest of her will follow. I have a theory about this. Let's talk at camp if you want to hear it. But I think we can kill her.
Oh, good. That'll be easy.
It is not, I think, impossible. Well, you might not believe me, but I didn't want any of this to happen. It was Ludwig who called for the attack.
I didn't hear an answer, Ambassador.
She and her steel garrote laid siege to the city, shortly after you beat her to the garden.
We've had no news from inside for several days. From what we can observe, southern Paradis is in pieces, and the remaining militia batters at the gates to no avail.
Bon, je crois que je terminerai le prochain épisode. Hein.
Given the state of our supply routes after the Dream Scourge, and the Steel Garrote's destruction, we expect the people trapped inside will run short of fresh food and clean water in a matter of days.
We brought as many Hail and Able from Thirdborn as would come. But after the Dream Scourge and our losses from Nakukubel, we could spare so few. I worry it won't be enough.
Likewise, my wardens are still reeling from effects of the eruption. Most of my men remain at the keep. I can't risk them against the Steel Garrote for the sake of Paradis, not when we are so few.
Well, that's been a point of debate. We can't agree on how to stand against the Steel Garrote, nor who should lead the effort.
Nobody wants to risk their people at the front.
So you let the Paradis militia go it alone?
Even if our meager forces should make it inside,
The siege won't end until Ludwig does. And none of you know how to kill her.
Precisely. The lawful settlement of a new Adirian colony, supposedly. Or the establishment of a Wodican state. She could win with a godlike in her ranks. Your presence would serve as a powerful endorsement. I suspect that's rather the point. If they don't believe in the strength of her convictions, she'll show them. Remember, she has an obligation to Wodica, a solemn oath. And neither the Steel Garrote nor the Queen that was look kindly upon oathbreakers.
Because a victory here would discourage resistance elsewhere. The better question is, why didn't you stop her?
Excuse me? She's a 7-foot-tall skeleton powered by her devotion to the goddess of retribution. This isn't my fault.
Sure. Just blame the dead woman. Very mature.
Who else should I blame exactly? Our envoy, perhaps? For not stopping Ludwig in the tusks?
You could start with blaming your own incompetence.
Ludwig's the muscle. I'm merely the personality. What was I supposed to do? Frown her into submission?
What good are you as a diplomat if you can't even keep your own beast under control?
The Inquisitor was so convinced the Living Lands would unite against Adir that she's nearly made it true. One people, one law, one true God. That's Ludwig's vision for the Living Lands. That's what Ludwig thinks. Adir doesn't revere Wodica as fervently as it once did. Worship of Mogren, Berith, even Aethys has gained a foothold. Many no longer trust that the gods are listening. Some question whether they guide the wheel at all. The Empire lost its foothold in the Eastern Reach. The well-bred avoid child-rearing in pursuit of cosmopolitan pleasures. The Church is weak against them. In a world of soul against soul,
Ludwig believes we have lost ours. The Empire must change, or it will die. I'm afraid you're in the minority there. You and I both know she is not the only one in the Empire who feels this way. Even the Emperor can see, in some sense, that she's right. Why else would we be here? I've answered your questions. Now I would like you, all of you, to answer mine. Ludwig has sent a message to the Emperor informing him of her attack. He will send advisors and reinforcements swiftly in response. What will his representatives find when they arrive? A new colony? A budding grave room? Before you face Ludwig, you should know what you're fighting for. All of you must decide, together. But whatever you decide, understand, the days of the frontier are done. Adir will come. Indeed, we are already here. Oh, Envoy, no. Do not suggest that lightly. Think of the Emperor. There would be reprisals. Ones which this conclave could not survive, fractured as you are. Not unless you came together and formed a nation of your own. It would be difficult. No, impossible. I'm certain you would fail. Think of your people, all of you. Think of the lives at stake.
We deserve our autonomy, even if we must fight for it. Anything less would be surrender.
Fleeing someone else's laws and authority is one thing, setting up your own is another. We're an island of misfits and dissidents. We'll still have to surrender some of our autonomy, and we won't agree on what that means overnight. We'll be vulnerable. Without allies, other powers will see us as ripe for the picking. Know that this is a hard road to walk.
We were fine before Adir came. We'll be fine when they're gone.
I think we ran things perfectly fine before your kin got here.
Risk into bounty. Does the winter frost dissuade the seeds? Many fruits on our boughs. We graft many leaves into strength.
Though I'm hardly eager to work with any of you, I like the idea of twisting beneath Adir's boot heel even less. So long as the Wardens can continue our vigil, I'm open to uniting if you are.
It's a nice idea, but consider the costs. If we walk away from a relationship with Adir, we're leaving a lot of trade on the table. But the people of Thirdborn have friends in the world. I'm sure we'd find our way through.
With the Envoy's support, we'd have a god in our pocket. What could the Empire do to stop us? Together, we could repair Fjord and create such miracles of animancy the living lands will become the envy of the world. It would be the honor of my life to stand with my people beside you all.
Of course. Well, don't leave me in suspense. Oh, gods have mercy.
By grit and steel, Thirdborn stands with the living lands.
Fjord and her animancers stand with the living lands.
We deserve this opportunity. Thank you for believing in us.
Fighting a battle together is easy. I just hope everyone's willing to stick it out when it comes to the politics.
God, they made the right decision for once.
Finally, some sense permeates the proceedings.
On your head be the consequences. That leaves the matter of Ludwig and the Steel Garrote. She will never surrender, Envoy. You must kill her, or we will lose Paradis, and eventually the island.
The Living Lands will never be free until we break the chain around our necks. Ludwig must die her final death.
She better say her goodbyes while she can.
I'm proud to fight at your side, Envoy. One last time.
Let's get to work then. We've got a walking corpse to bury.
The Paradis militia will be at your back. Give her no quarter. The future waits for you.
Thank you for deserving it. Now, go and teach the Steel Garrote a lesson they will never forget.
Show them that the Living Lands will not be broken across Vodka's knee.
We will send reinforcements to help you reclaim the Eastern Gate. From there, work your way to the main plaza. May all the gods of Eora and the Living Lands protect you.
Let's take back the city together. Show the Steel Garrote how the Living Lands takes care of its own.
Let's go free a city, shall we?
For our freedom!
Protect the young.
Who's there? Hold it.
We've got company!
You're gonna regret this!
Remind me not to make you mad. Let's do this!
Clear out the Eastern Gate. I'll protect your back.
I was worried for a second.
right there.
Well struck.
Well, that was fun.
Protect the outpost.
Let's talk in camp.
Envoy over here. What exactly do you think you're doing? You nearly died in my clinic. Correction, you did die. And now look at you, fighting the Steel Garrote. What have you got to say for yourself? Well, at least you're alive. Try and keep it that way. We're patching up folks as best we can, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. War is a damn bloody mess. You'd know better than anyone. I can't say I approve of you leaping into the fray, but it's always nice catching up with a former patient. Wait a second. Jada? Jada Castell? What are you doing in the middle of this?
Surviving. It's good to see you, Liviana. Unfortunately, we're on a tight schedule. Do you need anything? Money, supplies?
Once this is over, I could always use another pair of hands at the clinic. The invitation's still open.
As you're always quick to remind me, but I must consider my options. I hope that isn't a problem.
Take all the time you need. The clinic isn't going anywhere. Gods be with you, Envoy. For my sake, try not to die a second time.
Come on. You know this. You practice with Uncle Capo 100 times. Tight? Not too tight. You don't want to cut off the blood flow.
I'll teach you!
Mordecai demands your submission. Stand against her and fall.
Let's pay Ludwig one
There
final
you
visit.
are.
shall we? Let's make sure she's...
So, you survived the garden. Did you come all this way just to try your luck again? To kill me more efficiently than last time? Good. The battle over the Living Lands is nothing compared to the war we share. Look around, Envoy. Heelguard should have listened. He tried to bring order through compromise. He failed. Order is meant to be imposed by a stern, guiding hand.
Her order wields sharp steel. She must set down her blade.
Don't insult my intelligence or my commitment to the cause. Treaties can be burned. The hands which shook over whatever deal you struck can be lopped off at the wrist. As for you, Sapadal's chains are broken, which means your soul is in their grasp. I don't know how deeply you've been compromised, Envoy. And if I don't know, then I cannot suffer you to live. Do not patronize me. I have every right to put down a threat to the Empire. Steel yourself, Envoy. Make this a fight to remember, even in death.
We would not welcome her death. There is still ample shade for her beneath our tree.
All this time, I knew you'd be worthy prey. Don't let me down. Farewell, Envoy.
There's no coming back this time. Prepare yourself for the next world.
You won't be missed, Ludwig.
Once I'm done killing you, your god of...
We are every seed in the soil. We will always grow.
Come on, let's kill her off. One last time.
Queen among queens! Send me your aid!
Wodekai is done with you, Ludwig.
Wrong!
Ah merde, je suis sorti de l'écran carrément.
But we're not. Whatever's next, we'll face it. Together. Gods, you're all gonna make me sick. But carry on.
Unraveled at last. We no longer feel her wire against our flesh. We are free always. We are free forever.
Silence falls over Paradise, as though the city is holding its breath. Then you hear it, the ringing of a distant bell, the waving of banners, and cheers of victory. After a short and bloody conflict, the dust has finally begun to settle. You feel Sapadal close to your thoughts, stirring with interest. The god of the living lands is observing this moment, unfettered by confusion or fear. For the first time in centuries, they understand. The Paradise militia rallies to you, the outsider who defended them in their hour of need. Whatever happens next, you have won their confidence. You take a moment to reflect on the calm. Not so long ago, you arrived at these shores on a simple errand, which turned out to be anything but simple. The Dream Scourge is over, and the island has been cleansed of plague. A time of healing and mourning follows. People look to you for answers about the source of the affliction. You tell them the truth, how the plague came from a power beyond mortal understanding, and how it is finally at peace. Thanks to you, the Living Lands has escaped Adiran oppression. The free settlements unite under a common banner and begin the fraught process of negotiating new traditions and values. The Empire withdraws. The frontier remains wild, but not for long. Paradise's rebels cannot accept your version of independence. After the assassin Egwolf died in custody, only a few of his people ally themselves with the United Settlements. To them, you will always be the oppressor. The refugees of Emerald Stair resettle in Thirdborn, bringing their skills and research to aid the local community. What starts as an uneasy partnership blossoms into a bond of trust. Through shared adversity, they find common ground. The ashes of Fior Messiverno continue to smolder. Scavengers avoid the ruins, fearful of spirits unleashed by animancy gone awry. The once promising city is nothing but a cautionary tale. For the people of Shatterscarp, independence is bittersweet. Those who cannot withstand the grief inflicted by Ringgrim's spell leave the settlements, vanishing into the wilderness. Those who remain find themselves forced to cooperate with others, often begrudgingly. With so many dead, the need to stave off hunger outweighs any distaste for certain trading partners. The loss of both the keep and her oldest friend drive Mihala into a grief so absolute that she cannot face the world or her own people. But the Pargrunen rally around their leader by focusing upon a single endeavor, building a new settlement from the ruins of the old one. Inspired by her people, Mihala returns to herself and to her seat at the council. The doors of this new settlement slowly inch open, a tentative welcome to the once forsaken world. When Kai leaves the Living Lands, he is no longer running. For the first time in many years, he can face the future. He returns to Rauatai, committed to peace for his people, those he left in Rauatai, as well as those he found in the Living Lands. He joins the Ronganui's council, counterbalancing powerful voices of isolationism and hawkishness. It is a long and difficult battle, and he is happy to fight it. With his travels alongside the envoy complete, Marius is left directionless once again. Rather than disappearing into his cups, however, Marius leans on his time among his companions,
to give him the strength to re-enter society and find comfort in civilization. He establishes a route between Paradise and Thirdborn, guiding travelers between the two in return for money and supplies. And while he has a reputation for being aloof, he joins the campfires from time to time, sharing stories of his time with the envoy that most travelers believe are completely made up. Giada learned much in your time together. How to stand up to authority, how to face the unknown, and how to move on from the past. But her family's unfinished work weighs heavily on her soul. Her inheritance is the burden of achieving the impossible. Such is the life of an animancer. At least now she has the right tools for the job, and new friends to help her through hard times. No longer under the threat of imminent death, Yardsley returns to the Animancers. Reunited with her beloved Quilici, she helps him and the Animancers as they put their lives together after the attack on Fior Messiverno. Eventually, she even has something nice to say to Vidaro. As the days pass in contentment and relative peace, Yardsley is struck by the persistent feeling that something is missing. Though she still devotes herself to her studies of both the arcane and the godless, the restlessness never goes away. Freed from torment for the first time in centuries, Sopadal turns their prodigious curiosity to the people that shaped them. They observe the ways their people live, and they think deeply about what they see. Though they flinch away from moments of violence, and they grieve souls returned to them too soon, the rage that once shook cities to rubble no longer rules them. Instead, they come to you with questions. They want to understand. After a time, they begin tentatively to garden. Where they can, they improve the lives of Kith, and the suffering that troubled them is reduced, if never fully eradicated. Their grief compels them to love, and they love unreservedly, with the power of a god. Sopadal has questions about what happens tomorrow, and the day after. You do your best to keep them calm, until the voice in your head is little more than a polite whisper. After everything you've been through, you don't mind the company. The sounds of celebration pull you out of reverie. Many are waiting to greet you with open arms. You take a moment to catch your breath and savor it, because everything is about to change.
Voilà. Mission accomplie. C'était pas mal en vrai. Mais beaucoup trop de dialogue. Beaucoup trop de dialogue. Alors qu'on s'en fout. Épisode